Yeah, so for those who are returning, who have participated in our courses before, so welcome back. And for those who are joining us for the first time, we are glad to have you. And I hope that this week will be a week that you hopefully remember in your career. Build on what you already know, learn new things, and do better. That is our overarching goal, to give you tools that will support your success. So welcome. Relax. Okay, Eman is here. Eman, my colleague, is here. She was to join late, but now she's here, so she'll be supporting me. Okay, Eman, good morning.
Right. Are you?
Yeah, so you're able to join early. All right.
I have a break for 10 minutes and I will have 1 hour lecture and join you after that.
All right, no problem. So let me give you the time to say hello to those who are here already.
Okay.
So Eman is my colleague working with me in the African Science Frontiers Initiatives. She's playing a very key role in what we do here. So she will be around this week to support in any way possible. Okay, Eman, please, you can speak.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this interesting course. I am assistant professor of respiratory medicine at Al-Azhar University, Cairo, Egypt. And I am course and African Science Frontiers Initiative Science Seminars. I hope you will all enjoy and have opportunity to collaborate and communicate and participate in research. Thank you all.
Thank you, Eman. All right. So welcome, everyone. We have a full week. We have 6 hours. 6 hours. During these 6 hours, I will be mostly, interacting with you. But the course goes beyond 6 hours. So the remaining hours, because at the end of this course on Friday, as it is with all our courses, you will be presenting a project. Okay. Maybe this one is, you have extra project you present here. So we push you to the wall, but this is for you to deliver. And so by the end of this week, I trust that you will be stressed, but you come out like a fine gold. So relax, follow us as we go through this journey, and I believe that it will be beneficial for every one of us. Before I start, there are those who have joined late. I have just included in the participation list, and those who are not sure dropped out, but after getting clarification, joined again. So I have removed you on the list, but now you are back again. We include you. So the original group you were assigned, so please go there. And your replacement should also go there. We will sort it out. Okay. As you can see, as you joined here, I have muted everyone. But also give you the right to unmute yourself when you want to speak. So if you're not speaking, please just mute yourself. The reason is that this is being recorded. Okay, it's being recorded as with every of our courses, programs, so that we do not have too much background noise. But whenever you want to speak, the first thing you need to do is raise your hand. If you raise your hand, then I will recognize you and you speak. So we try to maintain some cleanness in terms of how we interact. So we have people, all of you, coming from around 25 countries in Africa. You're coming from around 25 countries in Africa. So please, our courses like this are for increasing not just learning, but collaboration. Many people start collaborative projects through this medium, and we see many of them are thriving. So please open up. When you go to your groups, every of our courses are designed to bring the Africanness in us as one brotherhood, one sisterhood, however you choose to call it. So open up, contribute, collaborate, and I think it will be very fruitful for you. I have assigned you to different groups, and I have appointed group leaders who will be coordinating the activities. So group leaders, take note. Some of you have been in our courses before, and then you see how we function. You see how we function. Take note of participation. At the end of this course, we will have certificates given, but our certificates are so precious to us, okay? Our certificates are so precious to us. And of course, I can't promise you that if you take our certificate to the presidential quarters, you'll be admitted. No, I'm not promising that. But our certificate is so precious that we don't give it to, like Santa Claus. No, we have to give it to those who merit it. So the group leaders or coordinators, make sure you take attendance. And what I mean by attendance is not somebody who put on their name that they are participating with you but do not contribute. Instead, they are doing something else in the kitchen, or they are doing something else and they are not participating in the course. Make sure people that you mark attended during your group sessions are those who participate fully. Okay, so please take note of that so that we are sure people are doing the right things. Yeah, you can see Eman has put on the chat box the link to our previous courses. If you have not attended any of our courses before, please go there, go to our YouTube channel. It's free. Just go there and see what we have. Our seminars, everything we do. This course here is being recorded, and once we finish, each day we will put them on our YouTube channel. The goal is that we want to ensure African scientists have tools without any excuse to improve on what they do. Okay. The next thing I want to say is those of you who have attended before have already started doing what we used to do. Put your name and your group. So now you know your group you belong. So put your group in change your name. So how you do it is, I see Gilberto there who has done that. He has indicated he's in group 1. I don't know if any other person has done that. So change your name by including the group you belong. When you do this, it makes life so easy for us to send you to the group where you need to be. Okay, so the way you do it is, you can see your own rectangle where your picture appears or whatever. On the top right, you can see, I think, 3 dots. Click it and you see rename. So put your name there and put your group number, as Gilberto has done. Please use your normal name. Don't use things that are not meaningful. Use your normal name so that it's easy to identify you. Okay, so do that. I think that should take you a few seconds to do that. Everybody listening to me, please change that so that we can have it clear. Do you hear me clearly? Great. I see some people nodding, but I don't see the names being changed. It looks like you type with one finger. Those who type with one finger. All right. Okay, it's happening. Great, great. So it helps us a lot. All right. Usually, yeah, some of you are already doing that. Use the chat box. Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself. Tell others who you are. Get to know. But of course, when you go to your groups, then it will be opportunity to get to know yourself better. And one thing is that some people are not changing their names as I've recommended. And the reason is that these are normally people who put on their join the class but are not present there. Okay, we will catch them. So don't worry. But I know those who are doing it are around. So everybody be around, because if you miss something from the class, you miss quite a lot. All right. Is there anyone who has a quick question, something that is not clear from the information that was sent, or any trouble getting to the Google Drive box or whatever? Anybody who has that? Patricia, you don't know your group? You have not been receiving our emails or what?
Sorry, Hope here. While you are giving instructions, my network went off. I'm not sure whether I missed some of the instructions. Sorry about that.
Yeah, where did you get to?
It was that bit of good morning, then my network went off.
Oh, goodness me. Okay, Patricia, you are in group 7. Group 7, Patricia. Okay. All right.
Hello,
so,
Dr. Bright. Sorry. Good morning, Dr. Bright.
Yes, Stella. Good morning.
Please, I was not able to download the Google documents that you sent. I'm in group 4. So I went in and it was saying that I was not granted access. I sent a message to you last night.
Yeah.
So I don't know if
so what happens is that, yes, nobody is granted access automatically. I think this is how Google arranges that. So what you do is you have to request for access. When you request for access, it comes to my email and I approve it. You get.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, so that is the way it was. So everybody take notes. If you're having problem getting access to the document, request for access through the link I sent to you, then I will approve it from here, and then you will have access to the Google Drive. Okay, the one who said you got to the point of good morning, that you really taking us too much back, because we have said a number of things. The first thing you should know is change your name by including the group you belong. So you can see what others have done. So change your name by including the group you belong. And actually, so if you are not sure of your group, this is a very big issue, because I ensure that everybody gets the email. So there are some emails that bounce back, and the reason is that some people actually don't know how to write their emails. Okay, and so the system doesn't recognize it. I've seen that a number of times. If you're writing your email and you're not a good typist, don't be looking back. You have to look at what you're typing. Okay, you may mean to say Bright 1982, and then you end up writing Bright 1819, and you didn't check carefully, and it comes back to say the email doesn't exist. I've seen that a number of times. So if you have not received emails from me, then it means that perhaps your email is not working. All right. Yeah, I have. So the second thing I have mentioned is, please mute yourself. I mute you automatically, or mute only if you're given the opportunity to speak, because we are recording this so that we limit the background noise that is there. And the other thing I said is, please try to open up yourself, collaborate with colleagues from different parts of Africa. A lot of things are starting from here. I see people who are writing grant applications together. Some have published papers together from getting into forums like this through our courses. So open up, identify interest, and do your best to contribute to your group. And finally, I was saying that we don't give our certificates to everybody who just comes here. No, we give it only to those who participated, and that is why we have appointed the group coordinators, who will be responsible in ensuring that there is sanctity in terms of attendance, and be marking those who attend and those who don't attend, so that we can have it clear to give the certificate only to those who have participated in the program. All right. Okay. So if you have not received the emails and you don't know your group emails I have sent, please send me, write your email here so that I can send that to you. And of course, you know, that will be taking me a lot of time. Those who said they cannot commit 6 hours, 6 hours the minimum. So it means that you have disobeyed the rule. There are some who have time to participate in this course. And so if you are not going to fully participate, then there's no need to take the opportunity. Give it to those who are interested, which means that if you participate a few hours, you end up cheating those who would have participated fully. And then what it also means is that you will not be given the certificate. So please, Azuama, I already sent you email this morning. So please check your email. I forwarded that to you. So the other thing I want to say is that, you know, sometimes I feel that some of us do not read carefully instructions that are given. We try to make life easy for ourselves. You know, we have many of you attending this course. We plan for 100, but given the number that applied, we have increased it to 146 people. So really taking care of such number is not easy. So we try to help ourselves by detailing information on how to get access to the things that you need to have life also easy for yourselves. So we send this one came late because the latest time or latest day to confirm your participation was on Saturday. So this came yesterday. A lot of things happening around here with us. So sorry about that, but we'll ensure that we send information earlier to you. So please make life easy for us and for yourself by reading the instructions given carefully. Read the instructions. If you do not have access to Google Drive, what you need to do is request the access. Request the access. Once you click your email, then it comes to me, and then I will grant you access to the Google Drive. So I see some of you are already doing that now. So let me approve those. Yeah, any more question from anyone? Please just unmute yourself, raise your hand, and then I'll recognize you.
Yes. Yes, good morning, Dr. Bright.
Good morning.
You give me you are yet to give me access to the Google Drive because I'm using my Gmail account to send
Who is speaking?
Dr. Azoma.
Yeah, Azoma, I've granted you access now, so you should be able to get that.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, anything more? Anything more from anybody? This is your chance to air your view. This is your chance to make it so that we kick off. Okay, I have Emmanuel Akaligwo. Yeah, Emmanuel, please.
Hello, good morning, doctor, and everyone.
Good
Please,
morning.
I want to find out if there will be room for internet sharing, because some of these international programs like this, they normally give participants data so that they will be able to, cope fully, because from the timetable I have seen, it's going to consume a lot of data. And in order to help some of us, I think it would have been nice if there is a way we can be compensated by giving us maybe extra data. I've participated in some programs like this and data was given. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone want to help me to answer Emmanuel? Emmanuel, thank you for your question. Does anyone want to help me? Yeah, I have Rolaya. Rolaya, you want to help me or you're asking your own question?
I want to answer, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Brand.
Yes, good morning.
Nice meeting you again.
Yes, nice to see you, Rolaya.
I want to respond to the question just being asked. I want to say I've been part of some of his trainings, and it's not that he has a grant to do this, or there are external fundings from our countries to support him to train us. I think the only contribution we can make is to get ourselves some data. No matter how little, we should try to get ourselves some data. Or if we have people among the participants, maybe in the groups that are willing to support each other, but putting the burden of somebody training you free for a course that you're supposed to pay several pounds or dollars for, and still asking him to share data, I think is not going to be kind from us. So please, I want to plead with all the participants.
Thank you. Thank you,
sir.
Rolaya. Thank you. Okay, I have Dr. Izuchukwu Frank Obi.
Okay.
Have a question you want to answer?
Yes, I want to also chip in my opinion about the plea for data. In as much as I appreciate the scarcity around some of the African countries and the tight corners people are in, but I'll say to him that if he can stay tight, by the third day of this program, I believe he will even change his mind. He will see how much he will have gained, and when he compares it with that data, you will see it's nothing. This course in some places is worth up to $2,000, $3,000, but it's being given to us free of charge. So please, I think getting data to participate fully, you'll be doing yourself a lot of good. So please, but then as somebody suggested, if you get to your group, maybe if you're lucky to be in my group, maybe I can also share. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So you want him to change your group. Anyway, we're not changing any group now. So everybody maintain, sit tight where you are. I have Dr. C.O. Igwe, and then I have Stella and Grace Udon, and then we'll move on. Okay, Dr. Igwe. Yes, Dr. C.O. Igwe, we don't hear you. All right, let's go to Stella.
Good morning once again. I also want to appreciate Dr. Bright once again for this wonderful thing that you're doing. I just want to chip in my bit that when we were selected for this program, in accepting to take up this training, there were some requirements that were laid out in the acceptance letter, in quotes, that Dr. Bright sent to those that were successful. And part of it included being able to attend for at least 6 hours, having access to internet. I also want to chip in that in as much as most of these courses are actually given to us free, our own bit that we need to do is just to try and get money. I know we have challenges in Africa, but we shouldn't let this limit us. So our appeal to that doctor to please just sacrifice for these 5 days. And I'm sure by the time he's done, he will know that there's going to be a difference in every aspect of his research life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stella. Thank you very much. I think you have hit the nail on the head. The instruction came. I will respond anyway. Grace, can you briefly just give your input, then we'll continue.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Bright.
Good morning.
My question, I'm not responding to that question, but I have my own question.
Yes, please.
I want to know how relevant will this course be to those of us in the social sciences? Because from the look of things, I'm seeing people from the natural sciences. So I've been so confused. How useful will this course be in the social sciences? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace. We'll come to that. We'll come to that. Okay, Emmanuel,
Okay.
with regards to your question, as your colleagues now have mentioned, we are doing this free. Okay, we have been running this for 2 years now, and we have been doing it free. We are doing it free without funding, without any support from anybody. In fact, this week, I have taken 1 week vacation. Okay, 1 week vacation, without receiving my pay for this 1 week. And this is giving back to Africa. And I've been doing this. Well, we taught 4 courses last year, 4 weeks. I have 7 weeks of vacation. 4 weeks I have used to stand or sit to teach these courses. So that is what I believe I can give. So we don't have funding to do what we are doing. If we have funding that extends to getting data to run this course, we will make that available. But now we don't have. But regardless whether we have funding or not, actually our website is coming up hopefully this week, and they will ask you in any way you can support so that we can cater for this. There are many background staff that are helping to put things in place here. Okay, so we need funding to maintain what we are doing. By the time I finish this week, I tell you, my email will be more than 2,000 emails I would have received. Okay, already this morning, just less than 2 hours. I know there are more than 50 emails already coming in. By the end of today, they're in hundreds. But I will take the risk to give to Africa. So what can you contribute? What you can contribute is to find a way to get data. Because like Dr. Frank Obi has said, if you go through this program this week, I believe that it's going to give you some knowledge you wouldn't have got otherwise. And you appreciate it because it's going to contribute to what you're doing in your research. So please do your best. And that is why when we send out the information, we indicated that please make sure you have access to the internet, you have data to use for 6 hours, at least 6 hours in a day. That is because we're not able to give you that. So please do your best. And that was a condition. And now what, Emmanuel, you're telling me is that you didn't meet that condition, but you're on this course. So what do you want me to do to you now, Emmanuel? Because we need to judge your case.
Actually, I'm interested in participating, but just like every other internationally organized programs like this that I have participated in, so I have actually enjoyed the benefit of data. That's why I try to find out if there's any such option. You know,
yeah, but now you disobey the rule before you came in, Manuel. So what do we do to you?
Okay, I will try my best to be part of the to participate as far as I can go.
So you're asking for mercy?
Yes, sir. Yes, Prof.
Okay, great. All right, I have Azama speak, and then we'll move on.
Okay, please, I'm finding it difficult to locate my group. Please.
Yeah,
I need
so Azama, I don't think I have assigned you to any group. So once we are getting to the groups, remind me, and then I will send you to a group. Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So please, Azama, include. Yeah, you don't have a group, so I don't ask you to include your name. So, but I have some that have not written their group names. Please put your group to your names. Put your group. Go to the top right of where your picture appears. There are 3 dots. Click it and select rename, and put your group number there. Akoma, do you have anything before we move on?
Yes, I want to. I don't know my group.
You don't know your group. You don't know your group.
So if I could get information now.
Akoma, you don't know your group.
Yes.
Akoma, you are in group 3. Did you receive my emails? Akoma, did you receive my emails?
Yes.
Akoma, did you receive my emails?
Yes, I.
Yeah. So please read the email. Read the email carefully. Otherwise, you'll be asking me many questions today. All right. So welcome back, those who are joining us. Going off and coming in, because we have given lots of information which you have missed. I hope you are able to catch up. So let's go into business of the week. So I share my screen. Nyangong, do you have a quick question?
Yes, doctor. There was a question asked, and I think you forgot to answer.
Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks for reminding me. Grace was asking that question. Honestly, I get this question every time. Let me stop sharing and address this so you can look straight into my eyes and face to really know that I mean what I'm saying. You know, many times somebody almost dropped out of this course because she says she's from the humanities, but it looks like the course is for the sciences. My perspective, I try to share it quickly. My perspective is that I'm born into this world, okay? And I believe that every one of us here believes in God. Maybe a Christian, you may be a Muslim, or whatever religion you are. So we are born the same into this world. You know, scientists become so wise, I would say, and what they do, they call it discovery. Okay, so what we do is that we come into a world that has been prepared for us, and we go into discovery to find out things. That is what we do. Now, things have been divided into different areas. Call it humanities, call it social sciences, call it whatever. This, for me, are terminologies. Okay, they're terminologies. I don't think they really mean so much in terms of discovery. In terms of discovery, in the country where I live in, Finland, and most of the Scandinavian countries, a child starts school only at the age of 7 years. 7 years, not less. You have to be 7. So their education is measured by age. So 7 years, you get to the first grade, and there you go on. In some other places, children start school less than that. And why do they do it that way? Because they have studied education and have studied human beings to see that at the age of 7, you have that maturity to deal with the curriculum of grade 1. But before 7 years, you ask the question, what did they do? Because many children go to the daycare when there's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years for parents who want to stay to give them some footing. But whether you start 1 or 2, what are they doing before the age of 7 years? You can't imagine how much these children know about the world before they even start learning. They don't learn how to read or whatever before the age of 7. It is when they are 7, they start learning to read. I remember I used to work at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland some years back. And what happened was that I used to live in a family home. My family used to live when I was in Finland, used to live in Finland. And so in this family home, this father and mother had a 5-year-old girl, and my daughter was at that time 7 years. So my daughter started school, grade 1, and this girl was 5. In the UK, it's 5 years. She started grade 1 as well. So I was watching. The parents are trying to teach this girl how to do the assignment, and this girl, you can see she's struggling, she's tired. Goodness me, they explain, do you understand? No, I don't understand, it's too difficult. And I started thinking, this is the same curriculum my daughter learns. And I see that my daughter was actually having it quite easy to grasp this thing. Why? Because she was ready. The point I'm making here is that once the children are brought into the world, they are guided on what the world looks like. And so a child who is starting school at the age of 7, you take the child out. And if you're somebody who just comes from Africa and you want to cross the traffic in Africa, and many times we don't even look at the red is saying stop. And you want to put the child through, the child will pull you back. No, it says it shouldn't go. You can't cross the traffic. Okay? Because the child knows about the planet. The child knows about the plant. The child knows about many things before the child actually starts school. In that sense, it means that in terms of discovery, we all have the capacity, the capability to discover the world. But as we grow, to make life easy for us so that we have specialization, but we are all participating in this discovery. We begin to say humanities, social sciences, and this and that. But in my own conviction, knowledge is intersectoral. And I am a kind of person, I want to learn. I don't care whether it is humanities, I don't care whether it's social science, I don't care. I ask questions. If I don't understand, I say, I don't understand it. Maybe I need more explanation. But I'm not phobic about learning. And I believe that every human being that is born into this world has the capability to learn. Let us not create the barrier that actually was wrongly created that shouldn't be there. In my own research group, I have mathematicians, I have data scientists, I have medical doctors, I have qualitative researchers, because I need to use qualitative research to answer some questions that quantitative approach may not answer. And what is my attitude towards that? My attitude is that there's some things quantitative research can give me the answer. There's some it cannot. And so I have to lean on another tool that I need to discover the world. So when we teach courses like this, particularly the course we have this week, and the courses we actually teach throughout in the African Science Frontiers initiatives, I don't say, please, if you are not a science person, don't. No. It's open. There are people who are theologians, pastors who have come to our courses, and they finish. So, wow, when I started, I was doubtful that this course will be meaningful to me. We don't do that. So the point I'm trying to make here is that in my advert and the information that was sent, we didn't say, oh, it's restricted to certain fields. It's open to everybody. And that is why I looked at your fields and you are given admission, because I believe that this course will be useful to you. If it's not useful to you, I would have told you. But you are one who has a decision to make whether to sack yourself or to remain here. But I promise you, whether you're a theologian, whether you're a medical doctor, a computer scientist, whatever you are, I promise you, if you stay put, by the end of this week, I will come back to you and ask you whether it was beneficial for you. So I know Yangong and Grace have raised this issue. And then I have Titilayo as well, who made it earlier. So please stay put. By the end of this week, I'm going to come back to you to ask how beneficial was it for you. So for those who are coming from humanities and social sciences, you think because we have called it science. In fact, we use science here to cover every field of inquiry, every field of inquiry. It's an open, and science there means discovering the world we are. And that can be done through the lens of culture, can be done through the lens of religion, can be done through the lens of laboratory sciences. I don't care. We are all scientists. In fact, if you have not followed us last year when we had our seminar series, the first seminar series which I presented the topic was, who is an African scientist? You need to go and watch it. Take the YouTube link Eman presented there. And I think you'll be convinced that what we are doing here is what we need to do. And then finally, Africa needs all hands to be on deck. This is not a time we say, well, this is for scientists, I'm a humanity. No, we don't. That is not where we are now. Let's make it really realistic. Okay. So Yangong, Grace, and Titilayo, is that a deal that you stay to the end of this course? And then we see how it goes for you. Perhaps there are other people who are also in the background there.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Great. So please, if you have not changed your name to your group, please put your group number to your name, because sooner or later we'll be going to the groups. Yes, Dr. Chukwemeka Wigwe, do you have something to say before we?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me now, sir?
I hear you now.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I was trying to respond to the man that said something, but I don't have much to say about that, only that I'm shocked. In fact, to hear him say that give us internally, I was very shocked.
Okay,
so
Dr. Oyigwe, yes, Emmanuel has asked for mercy, so we have given him mercy, and he will do his best to stay on the course now.
Second thing, sir. You know, those people who are they are not in sciences. There's an implication there, sir. The implication is that when they are in a group, and we will judge them that they are not contributing or that they are not participating. So what I'm trying to say is that those who know should please share their knowledge with those who don't know, so that everybody will be carried along, so that at the end of the day, We will not say that there's somebody who is highly interested in this program that is not participating and will not get certificate. That's the only thing the only danger I see in this.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So please do your best to participate. And I tell you, the course this week it's one of those courses you call highly cross-disciplinary, whatever terminology you use. So everybody is welcome here. And I think all our courses are in the same direction. Those who have not put their group numbers to their names, please do so. I see some who are using iPad, who are using different gadgets without their names. It will be impossible to assign you to your group when it is time to do that. And when it's time, I don't want you to start crying, please, I don't know my group. Put your group number to your name so that it's easier for us. Thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So,
can you still tell us how to do that?
Yeah, so you see where your name appears is a rectangle. So on top of it, the last point on the right side, on top there, you will see 3 dots. Click it and then you see rename. Click rename and then add your group there.
Sorry, I can't see where you are talking about.
We can't
where
see
my
direct.
name
Yeah, your name is appearing on a box. Everybody's name is appearing on a box.
Yes.
On top of that box, if you put your cursor on your own box, you will see 3 dots appear on top of your own box, and then click those 3 dots, and you have rename.
Yes,
then,
I see rename there.
Yeah, so click rename and put your group. Put your name and your group in that rename.
I don't know my group. That's my problem now. I don't know my group.
Yes, that is a problem. You see, did you get my emails?
Yes, I got your emails.
Did you read it carefully?
Okay.
Maybe
I'll go back. Maybe I have to go back to the emails now.
Yeah, Samuel would have sanctioned you.
Samuel
now
talk.
Yeah, we would have sanctioned you now if not that.
Okay.
You have admitted. Sir. Okay, so let's move on. If you have not read the email, please go and read the email so that you don't waste our time here. All right, so this course is on reproducibility in scientific research. Okay, and then we have 1 week to go through this. Yeah, so it's now around 25 countries. It's more than what I have here, so I will correct that later on. So my name is Bright Warren, and I lead this platform, the African Science Frontiers Initiatives. And I will tell more about that. My research, I'm an epidemiologist. I do research in allergy, respiratory diseases, and have interest in the areas of maternal and child health, nutrition and health, and so on and so forth. But in terms of teaching, I teach epidemiological courses. I teach courses in data science, and the courses we have here: reproducibility, grant writing, academic publishing, evidence synthesis, and so on and so forth. So like I said earlier, please use the chat box to introduce yourself, and you have more introduction of yourself when you get to your group assignments. You introduce yourself more. So what do we have here? This is a global index of human development in 1870 and 2015. You can see many continents were similar in color, same level as Africa. But 2015, you can see that many of those continents that were same level with Africa seem to have moved on. Africa has not changed so much between 1870 and 2015. That's what we have. This is life expectancy. 2016, this is where Africa is. And 2099, Africa also remains the baby of the regions in the world. Access to drinking water. In 1990, you can see where Africa is. People who did not have access to improved drinking water. In 2015, what you need to see from this figure is that actually the number started increasing. Okay. While in other regions, the number has been shrinking. But the number of people who are without drinking water, clean drinking water in Africa continue to increase. And I think the number perhaps is going this way. So this in 2015, 21st century. People in extreme poverty, what is happening here? East Asia and Pacific has shrunk, okay, and will almost shrink finally in 2030. But Africa is increasing. Many Africans are in extreme poverty. Share of the population using the internet, yeah, that is one of the issues that was brought up in relation to this course this morning. In 2000, where the continents were, but in 2017, what is happening? Africa did not change much. Secure internet servers. In 2010, this is where many continents were. 2017, Africa did not change much. What population projections, and this is the frightening thing. In 2100, what is projected is that Africa, starting from 1950, see where Asia was, but Africa by 2100 would almost be overtaking Asia. And what is the implication of this? Life expectancy is poor. Internet access is poor. Access to drinking water is poor. And so on and so forth. Poverty is extreme. By the time we overtake the continents in the world, what will be the resources, the manpower, the technology that we need to cater for this? This is the frightening thing. And we need to take it serious. You know, you wake up in the morning, you put your perfume, you wear your suit, you run around, you hello, you drive your car. Actually, we should be looking at this figure every day because it's going to be terrible. Maybe you say, well, you know, I wouldn't be there. I wouldn't be there in 2100. That is selfish. I remember a king. Sorry, I'm a Christian, so sometimes I will use biblical example. There was a king in Judah, I think, called Hezekiah. You know, he God told him he was going to die, and he cried like a baby, and God actually gave him 15 years. He lived, and then he got well from his sickness, and people visited him. Kings visited him from all over the world, and he went and showed them his riches. I didn't remember that it was God who gave him the grace. He healed him. And then the prophet went to him when the people have gone. What did they see in your house? I showed them all the things we have. Goodness me. You know, I took them through a tour. And God gave him a prophecy. Because you let God down, then this and this will happen in your children's generation. He said, that's good. You know, it's not happening during my time. So my children will take care of that. It's good. It's not happening during my time. That was a selfish king. So perhaps we are thinking in that way, 2100. No. But one thing is that the trajectory is moving quite fast. If you are my age, I don't know if I say I'm young, my kids, I tell them that I am an old guy. They say, no, that you look young. If you are my age, then it means that before the troubles start coming, we will be facing it ourselves as well. So it doesn't necessarily need to be 2100. So there's a cumulative impact that is going there. And the question here is, are we prepared as a continent to deal with this kind of issue? Perhaps not. So that is why we are here this week And for those who say they are from social sciences, those who say that they are from arts and humanities, please, if you are not speaking, like I said, mute yourself, because I actually kick people out of this sometimes. So if you want me to start kicking you out, if you don't obey the rules, mute yourself if you are not speaking, so that we have decency without any disruption. So you are in the social sciences, you are saying, well, what is in this for me? You're in the arts. Honestly speaking, that is not a question. Where Africa is now is not a question of my field of study. It's a question of how can everyone contribute? You see, Africa sometimes make me laugh sometimes, because, you know, if you take the issue of COVID, if you go to my village now, that barely 30% of those have gone to secondary school. If you go to that village and you bring the issue of COVID, honestly, you will see expertise. People will bring their expertise. People will explain, oh, COVID, they will bring all kinds of issues around COVID. Everybody will contribute to COVID as if everybody's an expert. But, you know, it's good that everybody has a voice. But once it comes to doing these things that we need, many times we begin to identify ourselves with different terminologies. I am a pastor. I'm a electrician. No, we all need all hands on deck. Okay. So the point here is that science is and has remained the bedrock of nation building. Has remained. God's in 1997 says that scientific knowledge has thus become a decisive factor for economic growth. Hence, the socioeconomic development of regions of or nation states depends increasingly on this resource. Many African countries have made the mistake of pushing the issue of development to politicians, and they have run to the university and they're eating their salary and sitting on the desk. Some will sit there for 5 hours without doing anything. So, oh, but as far as my salary is coming in, no problem. No, you are actually the stakeholder. You are actually the driver of development. That is who we are. That is who we are. We are the stakeholders. We are the drivers of nation. Whether you're in humanities or you are in social science or wherever you are, from every corner you are, we scientists, investigators, academics, our role is to ensure we bring our expertise to bear to drive development. But we give it to politicians and they are kicking us here and there. Research offers an opportunity for scientists of foreign nations to stand on their own feet without the need for international support to assess the scientific questions of their own nation and to contribute to the universal quest for knowledge. Science is a key which unlocks for humankind the storehouses of nature. That is why you are here. God has put everything on that. We end up, we go and we are praying and praying and praying. Yeah, prayer is good. You need to pray. Some people call it prayer warrior. Yes, you need to be a prayer warrior. But beyond prayer, there are some prayers you don't need to pray because they have been answered already. And so if you go close your room and you pray 100 days, no new answer will come because that prayer has been answered already. Africa is full of answered prayers. Our resources, our lands, our population, we have the tools that many nations, many regions, many continents are admiring that put nations where they are. The question is, how much are you contributing to that? How much are you contributing to that? Perhaps we are not doing enough. This is how Africa fares in the global research and development outlook. Okay, this shows the amount or percentage of the GDP nations contribute to research and development, or the number of people in different nations that are researchers. In this is that no African country spends up to 1% of its GDP on scientific research in the whole of Africa. Madagascar, look at what Madagascar spends with regards to its GDP, 0.01%, which is the least. South Africa is the highest, 0.82%. And you can see where South Africa is. It is the most developed country in Africa, okay? And now, let's see if South Africa puts this to 3%. You see what will happen. There will be tremendous shoots of development. Tremendous shoots of development. In terms of number of researchers per 1 million inhabitants, Morocco has the highest, 1,000 researchers per 1 million in Africa. Nigeria, called the giant of Africa, has 38 researchers per 1 million inhabitants. South Africa has 432. Egypt has 675 actually. And so, why do we cry when we say, oh, we do not have development? Yeah, we are not making efforts to improve this. Our story is too blurred. It's a shadow of our yesteryears because Africa was leading the world in terms of development. Our story today is a shadow of our yesteryears. We are the backseat of everything. We are not contributing meaningfully in any way to scientific strides. And so there is no wonder why we have societal development that are in sorry state. And I hear sometimes, oh, some people are importing, by the way, I'm from Nigeria, so if you're wondering that, because many times I get this question. But I'm a global citizen, okay? And I don't really tell where I come from as far as my country is concerned. Of course, you hear that from the way I speak. Nigerians, you can't miss that. But I don't want to be giving myself too much description, and that is why we are taking this to Africa. We are taking this to Africa. I hear somebody telling me from Nigeria, do you know that we are getting our baby foods from US? What? What happens to Akamo or PAP or whatever you call it? No. So you mean that our baby should eat that? Oh, goodness me. So it's a problem. It's a problem. We have been outsmarted, or will I say that we have outsmarted ourselves? Mentality. So you have gathered here this week, brothers and sisters, and I want you to know, when you come to ASFI courses, we'll try to let you know where we are. This is where we are, so that you don't leave here this week and you are happy that you have learned something new. Yes, be happy with that, but I want you to know that beyond that, there are many things not to be happy about. There are many things that you need to leave here and you make decisions for changes. Actually, if all that are gathered here, we are over 100 gathered here, if we all will make a change that we emanate from this course, Africa will be in a great place. So what is here is education ranking, times higher education ranking 2021. I have to update this. Oxford came first. The first 4 universities that came from Africa are all based in South Africa. All based in South Africa. And what made them so? Research. That is what contributes. Okay, you are doing your research and you're publishing. Many people are publishing in these mushroom journals coming from India. Husband and wives are editors, chief editors, and editorial whatever, and they tell you pay $100 and you pay because your goal is, I want to get promotion. That we need to scrap that, because you need to do research that is contributing to African development. That is what we need to do. So research, production versus consumption of knowledge. That is what makes the difference. Innovation versus stagnation. Do more research, then we are competitive. Okay? Spend more research, development will follow. Invest on the capacity of your staff, the reward is yours. If we keep our money and not invest in research, then we can continue to complain forever. So what is needed? What is needed from us? Here is that Africa has had several revolutions. Okay? We have the Arab Spring that started in Tunisia. We have the independence agitations that forced the white man away, and we have different things, social revolutions that are happening there. But one revolution has not happened. And this is a revolution that has happened in many nations that transform things. Scientific revolution. And what I mean by this is not secularism. No. Africans, we are religious people. And we'll have to work with pride each day going out to say that, yes, I believe in a God that created. Because there's really no other way you can explain this world. Okay? Because the more you dig to become a scientist, the more you discover that we are very stupid. Very stupid. Don't tell anybody I say that. Even I'm recording this. But you know, when you begin to discover how intricate, beautiful, fascinating this world is, then you can't end up believing that there was a spark that came from nowhere to put things in place. And I wonder about that every day. Just take, for instance, cutting the nails on my toes, on my finger. It's a miracle I admire that could not just happen just like that. So we are intensely, intricately religious people. So what I mean by scientific revolution is not secularism. What I mean is a radical change from our current path toward a path that is promising. A path that we all can be happy. A path that recognizes that what you and I are doing, bringing us together in this forum this week, is something that we can use to make our voices heard and make a change. Science remains the bedrock of tangible progress. Moving from knowledge consumption to knowledge production. Minimize interventionist science to pursue innovation and discovery. And what I'm speaking up to now, I don't know if those in the social sciences or humanities, if already this is making sense to you. You can just give me a thumbs up, I don't mind. But really, I promise you that this week, regardless of which field you are, this course will be meaningful for you. Okay. Scientific revolution can be painful because every revolution is always painful, but it can be worth the investment of time and patience. We must look inward. Africa's development will rarely happen until Africans lead the way. Africans must build Africa from within Africa. And that is why I'm here. That is why I'm teaching this. I left my home country. This year will be 19 years. I finished my first degree and I left, to pursue career. And the more I go, the more I am drawn. I am drawn with a passion. Wow, how can I contribute? How can I contribute? How can I contribute? And this is the way I'm doing mine. How will you do yours? And that is why when we call in ASFI, please don't just come to our courses and you run away. We want you back. We want to put our hands together to make a statement. Call for patriotism, scientific patriotism. Let's put our hands together to drive our continent. Let's not say, oh, well, they are doing their, let me just relax. No. Think about your children. Think about the next generation. Many examples abound. Singapore, India, China, South Korea. We can't say it's impossible because others have done it. And Greg Mills put it aptly. Poverty is now optional. So are stagnation and progress, whether from the personal level to the national level or to the continental level. It is optional. So that is why African Science Frontiers Initiatives, abbreviated ASFI, some of you call it ASFI, ASFI, however you call it, we don't mind. It is African Science Frontiers Initiatives. And what is our motivation? We know that no meaningful societal development can occur without science. And that science needs to be thriving. It needs to thrive. And for science to thrive, there must be the right competencies to make it work. And so those who are researching, investigating, need to have the right competencies. You need to have the right capacities. And not just having competencies and capacities, but because the world changes quickly, those competencies and capacities need to be up to date. We need to be up to date. And that is why in many places, they have what they call continuous education. Last semester and this semester, I have been running a course. I'm involved in a course my university sends me for courses. I go for courses. So even when I teach, I'm also a student to update. I am someone who is interested in knowledge generation. I want to gain knowledge. I want to know what is happening. We need to have such kind of, and I have said this, that without value-oriented scientific research, well-intentioned, with vision to solve problems, no nation can be built. Africa cannot be built. Rwanda cannot be built. Nigeria cannot be built. Egypt cannot be built. South Africa cannot be built. There needs to be an intention, value that will bring on board for things to work. So what is our vision? To raise the next generation of African scientists who have the right competencies to drive Africa's developmental and transformational agenda through innovative scientific research. That is our vision. So set the vision, take a picture of it, put it on your social media platforms, put it there, scatter it everywhere, sow the fruit. Sow the seeds so that we can yield the fruits, sell it. Our mission is to instill excellence in African science through competence acquisition, capacity building, and career development. We want to contribute to African science that tackles Africa's developmental challenges. For we believe that only a competent science can change our current narratives. I don't know if you disagree. If you agree with this, just give me a thumbs up. So, African science that solves Africa's problem. What do? We conduct seminars and workshops to bring to the fore those conversations about Africa's current status and where we are. We conduct hands-on courses around scientific research methods, capacity building and career development, science leadership, science communication, and one of those courses is what you are attending to this week, reproducibility. We have mentoring program. Each of the courses we have conducted, we end up establishing a mentoring group in which people come together to continuously take processes that will help them to fine-tune the skills they have learned through these courses. We also have research arm. We're conducting surveys in various aspects that will help us to improve what we are doing and to tailor our training to the things that are important. So we have target group, senior and junior researchers and candidates. At the university, we are targeting the top ones because PhD candidates and those ones up there, because we believe that we can't take everybody, okay? And so if we're able to train people who are manpower for universities, they can go back and disseminate this information. We believe that by raising this bar of cadre of scientific force excellence, we trickle down the system. So this year, we have introduced what we call Dr. Warren's monthly tips and tricks. And I think, believe every one of you has received this information. It's happening on Friday. And the topic we are treating first this year is how to craft an impactful scientific question. And I think this is one thing many people struggle with. What do I research? I don't know. Goodness me. But I think by the end of this week, you already have answer. Because from what I have said so far, many of you are already documenting what you can do, because Africa is in their need. The research questions are everywhere. They're everywhere. So you can say, what do I research? Just formulating the question should be easy. Okay, but anyway, on Friday you come, we'll see. We have other courses, the research funding and grant writing. We are bringing May. So this monthly tips and tricks happens every month. Next month, we are going to deal with issue that has come up in this course: qualitative and quantitative research. Which one is better? Which one is better? We're going to deal with that in March. So we have systematic reviews and meta-analysis in July. Data analysis and software, we are tentatively planning it for October. I don't know if this works, but I know many of you have indicated if it doesn't work, because as you will see, ASFI, we had 3-year plan to offer free trainings to African scientists. If it doesn't work, it means that it will come next year, and then you have to pay. The courses we offer here, I tell you, I'm not really being proud of it, but this is a reality because I have attended courses in different parts of, I would say, Europe. Okay, some courses I've attended, 1-week course. Some of them have paid 3,000 euros. Some shorter ones, I paid 2,000 euros. So what you're getting here this week, eventually at the end, you can compare with what you have gone before. These are expensive thing we are giving you here. Trust me, they are priceless. They are priceless. So if data analysis and software goes to next year, I'm sure that you will invest in doing it. We are not going to cut you on head. We'll try to look for funding so that we can support some people across different nations. We'll try to do that. But if we don't get it, yeah, you have to go priceless. After all, we have given you a lot. So you should be the one to even say, ASFI, I have this. Just bring 10 people. I will sponsor 10 people. Anyway, we'll see what we can do. I will have the Art of Scientific Writing and Publishing, which we had in December. So the courses occur in the same time they have. It's this reproducibility we had January last year, but due to other activities, we couldn't have it in January. So please do your best to apply. We can take as many people as possible, but if you don't be angry. Last December, we had a scientific writing, and somebody who applied didn't get the space, and then she said, what kind of rules requirement are you using to kick me out? And then she said, oh, I'm taking you to court. I said, oh, I was speaking with my kids. I said, somebody said she would take me to court. And my daughter was saying, Daddy, is that true? Does she mean it? I said, of course, she's a lawyer. So what do you do? And then I laughed. But anyway, somebody dropped out of the course and I gave her opportunity to join the course. And she came and she was quite excited joining the class. All right. So, but by the end of this year, the 3-year period we have assigned to ourselves to offer our courses free of charge would have ended. This year, we are engaging in also institutional partnerships. Some institutions have indicated interest. Some institutions have indicated interest in training their staff and so on and so forth, because we can't do everything for everybody. So if you have your institution, you think your institution is interested in, please. So just do what you can so that this knowledge and skills can be widely spread. Okay, so we have our seminar series that are going on now. I have sent information about that. Please join us. Yeah, so I was saying that we have the 3-year plan, but this exclude institutional-based trainings some institutions are subscribing to. So this is what we have done. This week, we have not put it there because we are still working on that. So we have trained over 500 African scientists since we started almost 2 years ago. We have trained over 500 Africans, crossing across 30 countries in Africa. That is a big thing. These are what we had in our seminar series last year. We had several topics that course across different areas that affect every one of us. So to help us build our capacity. Also had the My Career, My Story, in which some African scientists were invited to come and present their story. So everything is on YouTube. Everything's on YouTube. If you go there, you have everything. So this year we are continuing. We are spotlighting scientific work that are going on in Africa that are contributing to Africa's development. That's what we are doing this week. Yeah, so this is the seminar series coming up on Sunday. On Sunday, does dementia exist in Africa? Discussions on a neglected disease. Yes, we are fighting many diseases, but the issue of dementia, what is it? What kind of disease is it? How do I recognize it? Can it be prevented? Does it exist in Africa? I have my colleague, Dr. Thomas Karekare, based in my university here, but originally is a Ghanaian who shares the same passion I have to contribute to our mother continent. So he'll be sharing the perspective of how he's extending his research in this area, neuroscience, to Africa. So please come, invite your colleagues. If you have not registered, do that and register, because I know once the seminar ends on Sunday, some people will be asking, oh, when is the seminar coming? Oh, Dr. Bright, when is the seminar coming? Goodness me. Many of those emails I don't respond. I just laugh myself out. Some people exist in a different world. So please join us on Sunday. And then on Friday, of course, the most awaited Dr. Waro's tips and tricks. We are having the first one on Friday. This is free, so no registration. You can see the joining codes down there. So please join, and then we'll discuss together how to craft an impactful research question. The impact so far, we are getting from what we have done. We have had some results that are also very impressive. We have Dr. Mohammed from Sudan, who through our support we have given to her, has won the World Academy of Science Postdoc Fellowship in 2021. We have Amanda and Kellen from Ghana and Kenya, respectively, who have won 2 grants after attending our grants course. Johnston from Kenya and his group have been working on systematic reviews. They have published 1 paper, and the other groups are also working on different papers. We have usually had increased collaboration happening across African colleagues through this platform. And of course, all our courses are highly rated. by you, and then you will also be doing that this at the end of this week to describe how the course went for you, to motivate others to know that we are not playing games. All right. So what have we seen so far? Our conclusion so far is that the elephant in the room of Africa's development and Africa's past development is that the scientists who should be playing a key role really have the capacity to do that. That is the elephant in the room. And that is why somebody will miss the course and then will be writing me, say, I'm taking you to court for not accepting me. It's a good sign. And that is why when a space was available, I gave it to her, because that is a good sign, people having the interest to improve themselves. Okay, so that is the elephant in the room. Thank you very much. Who is posting that information? Yeah, Eman, thanks very much. So if you if for the link of the event on Friday, please register. If you register, you get the link. Your confirmation email will give you the link. Okay, so register. Eman has given the link there. Please register and you will get the link automatically. For Friday, take the joining this Eman has given there. Take it, okay? Invite your colleagues. Let's do it together. So the elephant in the room is that many faculties lack the capacity to succeed. But there is a strong hunger for improvement. We see it. We see it happening. We see it happening. And that is why even as I made a decision last week of those invited to this course, some people are already complaining, oh, why not? Why didn't you include me? Why didn't you include me? Why? What happened? I am also doing research. I need to be, yeah, you know. And if I take a sample of you now, can you exchange your place with? Can you exchange your place with someone? Not many of you will drop out of the course and give their place up. So there's hunger, and we are happy to see these things happening. All right, so we try to fill the gap here, providing mentoring, collaboration, hands-on strategies, allowing Africans to build Africa, join the bandwagon, and let's move on. We try to provide training across the key scientific research processes. All right, I would take only 5 people, and I want you to speak only 5 minutes. What is your motivation for taking this course? Only 5. Just raise your hand. The first 5 I will recognize. What is your motivation of taking this course? Just give me that, and then we'll move on. Why did you register for this course? 5 people. If I don't, yeah, okay. I have Omar Saleh, please. Sisoni, after that. This one has, I don't know what gadget is that. So I have the 5. I have the 5 already. It's complete. So those who have come, I have Leah, and I have Seth. So the 5 other ones, let's bring it up next time. Okay, Omar, please go on. Unmute yourself and speak.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Umar Salianka. Of course, I love research. I'm from Kano State, and I'm a PhD student of natural resource management.
So where is Kano State? Which country is that?
Yeah, Nigeria, sorry.
Aha, good.
I'm from Kano State, northern Nigeria.
All right.
Research is actually one of my second business, which I like going to the field all the time. Right now, I'm in the field with farmers, And I feel I need to fill the gap. I'm a PhD student, so the strike that is ongoing now, you are filling the gap for me. I'm supposed to be taking my, yesterday I was, on Friday, I'm supposed to take my research method class, and the strike is ongoing. Now you're filling the gap for me. Of course, I've been following you long time ago, so it's now that I got the opportunity to join.
All right, thanks very much. Thanks very much. Okay,
Yeah.
Chisoni Mumba.
Yeah, my name is Chisoni Mumba, and I'm a senior lecturer of animal health economics and practice management at the University of Zambia, School of Veterinary Medicine. The motivation, I've done a number of online courses, especially on research writing. I think I've done 3 with author ID. I think most of us are aware of that. And then, being a lecturer, I'm also coordinating postgraduate activities. So we have these journal clubs and, activities that impart students with soft skills, especially, PhD students. So the motivation was really being a teacher or being a lecturer. One has to be up to date with the trends in research. So I was actually motivated to say, okay, let me attempt this course so that I can learn 1 or 2 things, for capacity building also to our postgraduate students.
All right. All right. Thanks very much, Chisoni. Thank you so much. Okay. I have, I don't know who have this gadget. I have said it. I can't really call you until you change your name. I have infants change your gadget. So I will take someone to replace you. Leah, go ahead. I want real people, real names. Leah, unmute yourself and speak.
Yeah, yes. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, my name is Joale Murumele from Kigali, Rwanda. I'm a lecturer of mathematics and statistics here at the University of Tourism and Technology. So, and as well, I'm deputy research here at the same university. The motivation for attending this course, as an academician, of course, I needed to increase my knowledge, to know deeper about different courses, including this one. And
all right, Leah has gone off. Let's go to Seth. But we got your point, Leah.
Right. Good morning and good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
My motivation for joining this program is to learn how to do research the right way, as you have been outlining since we began at AAL. So one, to learn how to do research the right way to make impact, and then also be able to share as you are sharing now. And so these are my 2 major motivations for joining. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks very much. Oscar, I would have called you first, but no, we have had only 1 woman speaking here. So let's give Nkechi, who is the only woman raising her hand. Oscar, I will come back to you. Let's Nkechi speak, then I will come back to you. Nkechi, unmute yourself.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Yeah, my motivation is actually I'm a lecturer and a researcher. I like research very much. So I've been in research, and I actually love to research and then have a product, not just to research and publish, but to have a product that can be beneficial to my community. A product that I can take out even to the industry. As a lecturer in pharmaceutical microbiology and biotechnology. So we do so many formulations that I actually want to package and then put it out so that the community will benefit. My
All right.
university will benefit and my country will benefit as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, Oscar, please. I think you're last person. Oscar, are you there?
For this program was when I identified that.
Oscar, tell us where you're coming from.
Oh well, I'm from Ghana,
okay,
West Africa. Yes, when I look through Simango Journal country ranking,
goodness
my
me.
country, Ghana, lies and countries had gone ahead of Ghana. So I asked myself simple question: what is happening to my country? So when I got this opportunity, then I said, okay, I'll gain knowledge from here and also impart those knowledge to my people to raise the image of my country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So everybody, I have to be partial here now. The reason is that Grace was one who wasn't sure whether this course was meant for her, and she's coming from humanities. So let me give Grace time to tell us why she actually chose this course before knowing what is inside. Grace, please speak.
Thank you very much. My motivation for this research, for this study is for me to be able to compete favorably with other researchers in the world.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's move on. All right. So what is my own motivation? An ASFI motivation. Yeah, the motivation is to empower researchers to enhance their research skills. Motivation is to support African scholars so that they can benefit from what is happening in the landscape of research, of science, so that they can improve their research excellence. And that is one of our missions, to instill excellence in African science. And of course, to mentor people who are available for mentoring in their research. Okay. And of course, this does not mean that tomorrow I start having so many emails or people send very interesting emails. 2 days ago, I got an email. Somebody was writing me from somewhere and was saying, "Oh, I need to submit my paper to a journal. Please, can you help me to guide me on which journal?" I say, "Goodness me!" So I will start looking at the internet to get the journal to. No. It's impossible to do that. Okay. So before you can contact me, make sure your ideas are so clear and are in tandem with what we can do. If you want the mentoring, it's up to you after this course. If you would like to engage in mentoring, then you form a mentoring group from this course. The one we had last year, there's a group that is already working. They are working, writing a paper. If you want to do that, it's up to you, but you need to make sure you have that commitment, because you will be the driver of the process. We will be supporting you as much as possible. Okay, so certificate will be given, yes, to those who faithfully complete the course. All of you who are here, answer the question we put on our confirmation form. Can you invest 6 hours? Can you invest 6 hours each day? And you tick the nice tick, yes. Yes. But now this morning I've gotten at least 2 people who are saying that, I can't invest this amount of hour to. Anyway, I didn't reply you. what you are telling me is, okay, I can listen, but don't give me the certificate, okay? Okay, we'll take that, okay? Take that. So our courses are given presented on YouTube. Everything is there. If you have institutional interest, contact us. You can write me. And then, of course, at the end, we'll have evaluation of the course. So these are the things we are going to look through. This week. We'll have fundamentals and context we are setting this day. Tomorrow, we're going to look at reproducibility initiatives that have been made. On Wednesday, I have two of my colleagues who will come to present reproducibility workflows, meaning to give examples of how they have gone through this issue of reproducibility in their different fields of endeavor. And then on Thursday, you will have the time to practice what you have learned. We have two presentations that are coming up. We have Thursday presentation and we'll have Friday presentation. And if you have gone to your groups folder, all the instructions are given there. See, we try to do our best to minimize wasting time and then making things difficult. And that is why we give the instructions. If you don't read the instructions, then don't expect that things will go in the right direction. Read the instructions. Read them carefully. Internalize them. Yet many of you are lecturers, professors, senior lecturers, but charity begins at home. When we become students, those expectations you have for the students, oh, you say, you didn't read what I sent to you and you're asking me. We have to internalize them, okay? You have to be in that position because many of you don't read the instructions. You can see some of you are telling me this morning, I don't know my group. I don't know my group, as if it's my problem. I know those ones that are my problem, okay? Those who have come and I need to assign them. But those that have sent the email, read the instructions and stop bothering me because sometimes many of you bother me a lot. Oh, I don't know my group. How can I change my name? And I've given these instructions 10 times, okay? Anyway, we'll do our best, but you try to do your best. So read instructions of what you ought to do on Thursday and for Friday. So life is easy for us. And that is why when I started today, I said, relax. Relax. If you don't know how to relax, you can book an appointment with me. I can give you outside of this course to tell you how to have a stress-free life to relax. Okay? Because you need it. And I will tell you, you start by going to bed at 8 o'clock. All right. So on Friday, we have another presentation as well. We're going to go through. So we have lectures, work groups, case studies, projects. So course content, we have medicine, we have other fields. Like I said earlier, other fields are included. I say medicine because that is the area I work, and as many of the examples I will give, but this applies to every field. So you can take these skills here and move on. We're having class activities, reproducibility project on Thursday, and group project and presentation on Friday. Okay, Thursday project, what is it like? Now, you have gathered here. We are going to use ourselves as a sample, okay? And that sample is this. Each group here will conduct a research. And that research is that everybody's going to participate. Everybody in this class is an investigator because you belong to a group. Everybody is a participant in the project. And what we want to know is, before joining this course, to understand your awareness, your perception, and the current practices of reproducibility in research among African scholars. So before you joined this course, how aware were you? What was your perception, and what was the current practice of reproducibility that you had? The goals of the project are: one, to integrate the principles and practice of reproducibility in a real-life research project, to provide researchers opportunities to reflect on the level of reproducibility in each stage of their research project, to identify factors that may promote or inhibit reproducibility in real-life project. So this is the way it will go. Each group, based on the outline I have given here, we develop a questionnaire that will be sent. Don't make it too long. We develop a questionnaire, and this questionnaire, develop it by yourself. So there are 8 groups. Each group will do that. And once you have done that, each group, then we'll collect all the questionnaires from all the groups together, fine-tune them. Some groups may have some items that some other groups don't have, okay? And once that is done, we put this questionnaire on Google Form, and everybody in the course will go and fill it there. Fill the questionnaire. And it is that questionnaire data we are going to extract, and we are going to use it to address the project of Thursday. Okay, so in essence, you are going to design a study to collect information that relates to the awareness, perception, and practices of reproducibility, reproducibility in your research. And we collect this information, and we are going to analyze that. And so what happens is, while you are working on the questionnaire, each group will also be discussing what question they want to address. What question they want to address. Is it a question of awareness? You can divide it in different ways. So you have to formulate your question. Awareness, is it a question of perception? Is it a question of practice? You can do it in different ways. You may want to understand how this is practiced across researchers from different countries in Africa, or different regions, or by gender, or by field of study. So there are many things you can do here, but you need to design your own question from this and answer with the data you are going to collect. Great. So please read the instructions. Yeah, so I have more instructions on that. So please read it, and I think it will be clear. When you meet in your group, you walk through this. On Friday project, and you can already start thinking about this. On Friday project is that each group should identify and choose one initiative to enhance the reproducibility of research. There are different initiatives that have been established. I'm going to present those tomorrow. Beyond those, what other initiative you think, or the ones I have presented, you can choose to present on them, but of course you have to fine-tune them. Don't copy and paste what I have done. But it would be good for you to relate this to what is happening in Africa. So you can relate this to the African context. Sorry, let me change the date here. That is not right. So on Friday, you are going to choose an initiative that you're going to present, and then work on that. If I just share my screen so that I explain this clearly for you. Yeah, So that initiative you have chosen for your group, features of the initiative, what aspect of the research process it applies. Is it a conception of idea? Is it design of the research? Is it implementation? Is it reporting? Is it data analysis? And so on. So the initiative you have chosen, you have to identify what aspect of research process it applies, how it is implemented. You have to describe to us how it's implemented, any example of its implementation, advantages and disadvantages, or strength or limitations, other issues. So you have 10 minutes presentation on Friday to describe this aspect, and then we discuss. All right. Any quick question before we go on short break? All right, let's come back at the hour dot, not up to 10 minutes. Let's come back at the hour dot. So 7 minutes from now, let's kick off again. Yeah, sorry, all this, I didn't even record it. So anyway, the assignment is to go to your groups and propose a definition for reproducibility, and I will bring it back. So let me send it to your group now. Please choose your group and go to your group. I hope you all know your groups and you have changed or included your group to your names. I have opened the group now, please join your groups. And group leaders, please take note of participation in your group. Take note of that. Make a list from the form you have and take attendance. If you have not put your group number, it is impossible to send it to your group because I wouldn't know the group you are.
Sorry, doctor, even me, I have not in my group, and the device I'm using a phone.
What group are you on the form?
I'm on group number 8.
And so your name is the problem, that if you don't use your right name, then it's a problem.
My name is Michael Mgimba.
I'm also not in my group. I'm in group 8.
It's okay, thank you.
I'm in group 8.
Reproducibility.
Okay. Before we start, group 1, get ready. Group 8, the group coordinator is Hiba, isn't it? Hiba, are you here? Is Hiba here? Group 8, did you have your group coordinator with you?
No, we didn't meet Heba in our group, but we arranged the meaning of responsibility between ourselves.
Okay, so if you go to your group, you can appoint a new person if Hiba is not there, please. So I have sent one extra person to you. Azwama should be in group 8. So please put her in that group and then put the attendance to that group. All right. Okay. Group 1, please tell us what you have.
Okay. I'm Dedeke Olabisi from Nigeria Pediatrician. I'm speaking for group 1. In our bid to define reproducibility in research, we called it ability to reproduce research
using the same scientific method to produce a comparable finding. We also thought it could be when an independent researcher conducts a study under similar condition with the previous study and are able to achieve comparable findings and results. The third definition we put to reproducibility is the ability to rely on or trust on previous methodology to reach a comparable equivalent result. The synonyms that we got by just brainstorming could be reliability, repeatability, or replicability. This we did without using the phone or consulting to the internet. Thank you, everybody.
Great, great. It's good to emphasize that point. All right, group 2. Group 1, thanks for being very snap. Group 2.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Chukwu Frank Obi from Nigeria, speaking for Group 2. In our group, we agreed that reproducibility as a term, what came to our mind first is repeatability, replicability, or being able to be duplicated. And relating this to research, it speaks about having systematic and detailed enough processes, the methods, so that any other person conducting such a research, whether in that same place or elsewhere, can produce a comparable result or findings or pattern. Knowing that this, the result might not exactly be the same thing, especially in behavioral sciences. Okay, but the main thing is that when the processes are followed as laid out, then a comparable pattern should be observed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much also, Group 2, for being snap. Yeah, Group 3, please.
All right, Group 3. I am Seth representing Group 3, and in our group, we came to the conclusion, we came to the understanding that reproducibility is the ability to repeat or reproduce what has been done by oneself or what has been done by another person and improving upon it. We also agree that in order for this to take place, there should be such key elements such as methodology, procedure, data analysis that was used in the first instance so that it will be a guide in the course of the reproducibility. Now, talking about synonyms, these are the words that we found. 1, repeat, 2, reproduce, and 3, duplicate. This is the work that we did in Group 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Group 3. Let's go to group number 4.
Hello, this is Group 4. My name is Richard. And so the first thing we did was to define what reproducibility was. So the first one was to, so Speaker 1 said, the ability to replicate using the same method in order to achieve same or similar results. And then another definition that came up was the ability to replicate in order to obtain better outcome of a study. And then another person also suggested the ability to replicate a phenomenon using different techniques. The final definition was the ability of researchers working independently to produce experiments at any point in time, the same results. So some of the synonyms that we gathered were 1, repeatability, copy, recreate, reliability, and then consistency. So this is the work of Group 4. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Group 4. Let's go to group number 5. Group 5, are you there? Group 5?
Yeah, like
yes, yeah.
Group 5 is wasting our time.
Okay, Group 5, Jacqueline. Jacqueline, I will talk on behalf of Group 5.
All right.
In Group 5, we said reproducibility is the ability to reproduce some experiment, scientific experiment or work. And synonyms we came out with replicability, and repeatability. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Group 6.
Hello, I'm presenting on behalf of Group 6. We agree that reproducibility is the ability or process to repeat methods and conditions to achieve same or advanced results for quality research. And we also thought that the synonyms that could be close to reproducibility include replicability, repeatability, and reliability. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Group 6. Group 7.
Okay, I will be talking on behalf of Group 7. And we were able to come up with something, a definition about reproducibility, and that's the ability to be able to produce or to repeat certain or similar experiment or data or results consistently over a period of time, irrespective of the location the experiment or the research is being carried out. So the synonyms that we're able to get from that is reliability, replicability, repeatability, and then recreatability. Yeah. So.
All right. Thanks very much, Group 7. Let's go to Group 8 finally.
Can I present Group 8?
Yes, we are seeing your screen already.
Okay. Reproducibility is a process which makes it possible for the different person to persons to copy something done before by someone else to give exact same results. Also, another explanation is for possibility to carry out the work done by one to be used by another one to do the same with different manner and different condition, and sometimes replicability. Also, the means that begin able to reply or redo what has been done before without the problems, and the matching outcome of more than one option practice of the same activity done using different approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the groups. I think that has been fantastic exercise. I hope it went well for you without using your phones. You know, these days we have become so lazy, really. The phones and the internet are spoiling us quite a lot. But it was great that that you were able to think about it. So I will go through and let's see if there are some amendments you can make to your definition, or if there are some words in the synonyms you can take out or add in. All right. So I share my screen. Let's go through this. All right. Replication. Let's start from that. Okay. Replication. The scientific method involves certain approaches, and this is regardless of which field you are involved. Okay. The scientific method, whether you are humanities, whether you are in social sciences, whether you are natural science, whether you are pure sciences, whether you are hard sciences, soft sciences, however you define yourself, there are always methods that are used to arrive at certain endpoint or result. Okay. Replication. Replication, as I said here, is a gold standard of a scientific investigation. And this is regardless of where you find it, which field you find yourself. And it is that process through which results we obtain from a prior study can be duplicated. Okay, can be duplicated. Please pay attention to this definition. So the result we obtain from a prior study can be duplicated using independent, and this is very crucial, using independent investigators. So those who did it in the first instance are not the same people doing it now. Independent investigators, independent methods, independent data, independent equipment, and independent protocols. What this means here is that somebody may be in Mexico trying to address a particular question, and somebody may be in Rwanda without knowing themselves, perhaps trying to address that because perhaps it's a phenomenon they have observed in nature. Let's investigate this. And so they start investigating it. And what happens? They come out, the person in Mexico come out and says that this is the answer we found. And the person in Rwanda comes out to say, this is the answer we found. If those two answers are the same, then we say that the study in Mexico has been replicated in Rwanda. Or the study in Rwanda, if it came first, has been replicated in Mexico. And for science, this is the gold standard. When we're able to duplicate independently a phenomenon that we observe in nature. One of the things is the current thing we have, the coronavirus. Okay. I was involved in an argument with somebody. And the person was saying, oh, you need to take vitamins and that. I said, well, the person said, so that you could not get the corona and things like that. I said, but vitamins, taking vitamins or not, cannot give you or stop you from having coronavirus. The only exposure you need to get coronavirus is what? Can somebody help me here? Those who are in the maybe infectious disease. What is the exposure you need to get coronavirus here?
Being exposed to the virus without adequate immunity.
Yeah, without adequate immunity. But even if you have adequate immunity, can you be exposed and not get it?
Just the exposure.
You can be exposed, but without getting it.
Huh?
Depending on
even with adequate immunity, you can still get it.
And the exposure.
And the dose of the infection too.
Dose of the virus. Dose of infection. Okay, so the argument I was making in person is that, you see, when you take vitamin D to build your immunity, it does not necessarily prevent you from getting the disease. Where it becomes necessary is how severe it manifests in you.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yes.
So regardless of whether you are in China, you are in Rwanda, you are in Ghana, you are in Egypt, if your threshold of getting this virus has reached, you will most likely get it, whether you are taking vitamin D or not. And the person said, no, vitamins can prevent you from getting. I said, no, it is now the work of your immunity to deal with that virus when it comes. And I've met a colleague who actually tested positive, but she was not sick at all. She didn't know. Okay? So many people may get it without knowing why, because their immunity is so strong that it resists any symptomatic manifestation. And this is a phenomenon you can get anywhere in the world. And that is why when we talk about corona, one of the ways that you can prevent it is wearing your face mask or having hygienic, and that is the same prescription you have anywhere in the world to prevent it. And that goes for also many other respiratory infectious diseases. So the point I'm making here is that being able to confirm or duplicate findings using independent context. So this is quite important to note because it is the gold standard of scientific investigation. Hope that is clear. So the credibility of scientific claim depends on its replicability. Okay, very hard word. Very hard word. So it is not on the authority of the investigators. Okay. You see, many times we know so much and we want to supersede because we think that we're experts. When we come to scientific investigations and to confirm the scientific process, it is on the replicability of the findings and not on the authority and say, yeah, this happens. Yeah, I know this happens. No, the question is, what is the evidence that it happens? Anyway, replication is often impossible. That we know. In the scientific process, replication is often impossible. Yeah, I have Maisa. Maisa, you have a question?
Yeah, I just confused between depending on replicability or not on authority. Can you mention it again?
Yeah.
Please?
So
Thank
what we are saying is that if you want to know that a phenomenon holds, you have done it in Mexico. If you want to know that that phenomenon is an authentic phenomenon and it holds, it is true, then go and conduct it in, for instance, in other places. I've mentioned Rwanda. So you wouldn't say, okay, somebody has done this study in Mexico because he's an expert there. Then he uses his authority to say that I know that it will work in Rwanda. You don't need to do it because I know. And so we are saying that we shouldn't accept that use that as a yardstick. Rather, we should develop that evidence, generate that evidence where it is required. So we go to Rwanda, appoint people differently from the people who did the study before, and ask them to see if they can confirm what was done in Mexico. So we don't accept authority as the yardstick of the credibility of a finding. We need evidence to support that. And a replication is the gold standard of confirmation. All right, I have Uche here, Uche RNC. Uche, are you raising your hand?
I was muted. Yeah, I want to find out the impact of replication on the final endpoint of a manuscript. But sometime, I think this happened in Ibadan, one of our investigators did a work in Ibadan, and it happens when the work was submitted, someone in Brazil did similar work through, and they got the same result. So because of that, the journal refused to publish that article because he felt that they have similar result. So how does this concept application affect the endpoint of a manuscript?
Well, I can't know the details of that study, but I think it's surprising that a journal will refuse a paper because they have similar results, because that is what we are aiming for, really.
Yeah.
Okay. We are aiming for that. So I don't know the details of this, but it's surprised to hear that. So in terms of the impact, what is a positive impact? That is what we are looking for. Okay.
Yeah.
And so if you approach this, I started from in the morning to say, as scientists, our goal is to contribute to the scientific process in a way that it brings solution to human challenges. Okay.
Yeah.
So it does not depend on whether I am the first or the second.
Oh, okay.
It does not depend on my profile. That is not what it depends. We'll come back to this, but it depends on seeking for the truth. Okay,
yeah.
That is what it is. Seeking for the truth in a way that it will help human growth. It will help society development. That is what science should be all about. I know that there are many things that have come into this process of the things we do, but really we need to be extremely careful as scientists and as a young generation, so that we do not take paths that will derail the ultimate goal of why we are in this field of science and research. The goal is to contribute to societal development. And if we have this focus, it really defines a lot of what you are doing, okay? So the point I'm trying to make here now again is that replication is often impossible. And that is because time may be a factor in that investigation. It's possible that the investigation may be responsive to time. Something that happens in the 1990s may not be possible or may not be happen exactly the same time now. Changes in atmospheric time, it may happen in the night, may happen certain part of the day. It may also be environmental issues. Some of these phenomena are, for instance, you take mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are issues which happen in Africa. Okay, we have mosquitoes in this part of the world, but they bite you, they don't give you the virus that the mosquitoes in Africa. So that is a environmental issues. And those mosquitoes in Africa will rarely survive in this part of the world. Okay. So if you do an investigation related to mosquito in this part of the world and do in Africa, you will not get exactly the same result because there are different species operating, and you will not get the same mosquitoes you have there here. So setting is important. Sometimes the investigators may also have their own input into the investigation they are doing, and that may affect having similar results, even in something that may be genuinely true. Okay. Measurement, the way the things are measured, even though they may be true regardless of the context, but the way they are measured may be different across places. And this becomes a measurement problem and not a problem of the phenomenon. Protocol execution and costs. So different factors can inhibit replication happening across different scientific questions we may have. Is that clear? All right, I have Helena. Helena, you have a question?
Thank you, Dr. Nwar. Please, I would like to get some clarification on replication and reproducibility. So you said that it's about duplicating results of prior study using independent investigators' methods. So my concern is with the methods. Does it mean that we don't have to follow the same exact methods? And also when we talk about protocol execution, which is also a challenge in replication, I don't know, I'm not sure what it means to have protocol execution.
Yeah. So what it means is that, in the medical field, we have what is called multicenter clinical trials. Okay. And when you do these multicenter clinical trials, these teams maybe working in different countries, and they want to investigate a particular phenomenon. And so they come together, discuss their questions, and then discuss their protocol, how they are going to implement this study. And then everybody takes the same protocol they have initiated or developed, go to their different countries, recruit perhaps participants to the study or whatever subjects they are using, animals or different equipment, and they recruit them. And then they have to implement the protocols as they have outlined. But protocol execution is that there may be differences in them executing it because of contextual issues. You know, how the lab is, where the equipment is set up, if the equipment needs to be set up in exactly the same way, how it is managed. So there are many things that may come along the way that may influence that. For instance, the study executing that protocol in America may not be doing it exactly as it should in Nigeria because of contextual issues. And so what happens is that this may lead that exact the same result is not obtained. Not that exactly the same result cannot be obtained, but in the way the protocol has been executed, because of the contextual issues, it may lead to the result being different. Okay? And the result being different is not because of the phenomenon does not exist, but because of the way it has been implemented. I don't know if this is clear for you, Helena.
It's better. Thank
okay.
you.
And then the methods is that is you see when people are doing the result, when doing the research, what I mean is that if you have done it in Mexico, you don't go to Mexico and pick the tools and bring it to where you want to do it. You can use your tool where you are, but get the same result because the phenomenon is the same. Okay? So you use independent methods and find the same answer. Then that shows you that that phenomenon is true, regardless of where you are or what approach you use. So what I want you to get here is that what we have defined on this page, please, is on replication. I want you to know that replication, this is replication. I've not defined reproducibility. I started from what I call the gold standard of scientific investigation. Okay, this is replication. Now we'll go to the next page. Now let's define reproducibility. In replication, we talked about independence, and I underline this: independent investigators, methods, data, equipment, and protocols. But in reproducibility, defined as the ability of an investigator to duplicate the results of a prior study using the same. Okay? Replication, independent, reproducibility, the same as were used by the original investigator. This is important, and it's important to note it. The same for reproducibility is the same. And because replication is often impossible, reproducibility becomes the minimum standard in place of replication. Meaning that if you go and do a study, Rwanda, oh, why do I keep using Rwanda? Okay, let me change the context so I don't think that I have something unique about Rwanda. Anyway, Rwanda is doing well, so it's a good example for Africa. Let me change so that you don't think too much about Rwanda. Let me go to okay, let's go to Cape Verde. Cape Verde. Okay, you are doing something in Cape Verde and you find something and you document how you got it, and perhaps you fly out to Rwanda. Yeah, Rwanda has come up again. You fly out. Now I move to Cape Verde and I go to your lab and say, oh, I would like to check if everything, and then I check what you have, because you have documented what you have done, the way you have done it. I take your protocol, I execute it, I should get the same answer. So here I'm taking what you have outlined, the tools you have used, those are the things I have used. If everything has gone well in your analysis, I should get the same answer. Okay. Remember, this course is about the standard of scientific process. Yeah, Maisa, you have something?
Yeah, like for example, if I have the ability to just repeat the previous studies using the same method, is it possible in this research? I don't know, like what will be the new thing I used in my research if I will just repeat everything? I just got confused.
No. So what we are discussing here, don't confuse it with doing something novel. We're not talking about getting.
Yeah, what is the novelty?
So we are not talking about novelty here. We are not talking about novelty. That's not what we're talking about. Okay. What we're talking about is the transparency of the scientific process. And I think this will be clearer for you in the afternoon when we come back from the lunch. The transparency. Okay. So a researcher goes and does something and publishes the results, and we say, wow, this is very good. But now you go to the lab, you say, okay, let me check what you have done and see if everything was okay. And you found out that you do the same thing the researcher has done, but you get a different answer. Why? There may be issues that may come on that, but we'll discuss that later on. But the point here is that if you have done a work transparently, somebody should come, use the same process and the same tools to do that work and get the same result you have gotten. In the absence of this, then is a problem. If your research does not meet the condition of reproducibility, then there is a problem. All right, I have Oscar and I have Olabisi Dedeke, please.
Yes, so my question is, looking at the explanation that you've given, to me, is it only applicable to only laboratory investigation?
Nope.
Some of us who come from public health background may not necessarily do laboratory investigation. We go into those cross-sectional studies. Is it also applicable to that field, sir?
No. What I'm teaching here is applicable to every field. So if you have done something in the humanities, if you have gone to conduct focus group and you have documented your process, it's expected that if I go and do the same thing you have done, I should obtain the same results. Meaning, the same people that participated in your study are the same people participating, the same hall they have sat, the same hall I'm sitting, the same time you have done it, perhaps it's the same time I'm doing it, but I should be able to get the same results if what you have done has been transparent enough. I should get the same result. Okay, Olabisi.
Okay, right. I am trying to work around these two words: replication, replicability, and reproducibility. And then I have a question that, is it something like they call standardization? That's my first. Is that standardization that makes reproducibility possible? That's my first question. Then the other thing is that those things that makes replication almost impossible or near impossible, things like the time, the setting, the investigation, the measurement, the protocol, the cost and things, would it not also affect reproducibility? Thank you, and over.
Yep, thanks very much. Yeah, those things affect replication, but not reproducibility. Okay. Let me explain it in this way. See if I get it across. I've described replication, and I think that is clear to you. So people are working independently in different places. But in reproducibility, let's say you are working in the lab. Let's use that for example. And if I want to reproduce your result, I don't do it in a different place. I come to your lab. And in your lab, you have outlined your processes. And then I take off. I do the same thing. I pour this liquid, I pour it, I transfer it there, and I'm reading what you have outlined. The goal is that at the other end of what I'm doing, the same result, let's say if the results are in colors, if you got green before, following the same process I'm following, the results should emanate to be green. Okay, that is clear. And so you ask the question, is it standardization? Put that word as one of those, the synonyms. Yes, standardization is a synonym for reproducibility. That is a synonym. That's right. Okay, let me see. I have Huchans, I have Kinsley and Amani. Kinsley, please. Kinsley, unmute yourself and speak to us.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I don't know if you can hear me, sir.
We hear you.
Yeah, I think I get clearly the definition and the explanation about reproducibility with respect to standardization. But I really want to ask now, for someone else now, what will really be the advantage of that now, reproducibility over other person's work?
Oh, Kinsley, it looks like you're close to the president. Can you, goodness me. Wow, let's excuse Kinsley. Wow. Who is?
Maybe he just mute him.
No, it's not Kinsley.
It's not Kinsley, eh?
It's someone else. Yes, it's
someone else. Goodness me. Sorry, Kinsley. Kinsley, unmute yourself and go ahead. Kinsley, can you unmute yourself, or you're still talking muted? All right, let's go to Amani.
Hello?
Yes, hear you.
I would like to ask if my experiment take place in a different place, and I use a different method, and I find different results because I use different strain or anything. It is this replication?
Yes. So once it is different, and that is what differentiates reproducibility and replicability, replication. Replication is difference. What you're doing is different. Reproducibility is that you're using the same, exactly the same. And we have said that replication is often impossible. And because things are different, okay? And so that is the goal.
If I use the same method, it is not problem. But I find different results, it is okay.
If you use the same method, and find different results, then it's a problem. It means that that issue is either changing, or the method was not well implemented or was not well documented. So there is a problem there. There's a problem there. Is it clear?
It is clear for me. Yes, now it is clear. Thank you.
Great. All right. So what are the synonyms? Transparency, validation, verification, process trail, open science, Corroboration will add the one Dedeke has put, standardization. All those are synonyms for reproducibility. Now the question is, when you made your presentation from group 1 to group 8, are there some terms in your synonyms you will remove in terms of definition of reproducibility?
Uncle Wright.
Yes, please. Who's speaking?
Yes. So I'm quite confused here.
Something like replicability now.
Aha.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. Who is speaking? Kazim? Who is speaking?
Replicability should go away.
Yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, I think
Kazim.
replicability should go away from that synonym because it is not the same thing. Clear?
Yes, Uncle Wright.
Is that Oscar speaking or?
Yes, please, Oscar speaking. I want to get this concept right now, reproducibility. So if the work is carried in Ghana, you cannot be in Nigeria and do that. Am I right, sir?
Well, if you are able to transfer your methods to Nigeria and they can use it in Nigeria. Let's go to the computer science setting. Okay. They deal with codes. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Somebody develops a code in Ghana. You should be able to implement it in Nigeria. Okay. Somebody implement it. It may be also sometimes the laboratory can also work in that way if everything is the same. So the person takes your notes and implement what you have done and get exactly the same. So not necessarily that you need to be in a particular place, but if it's a phenomenon that is sensitive to setting or movement, then you need to implement it in the same place. The goal is that you should have the same answer if implemented in that way.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Grace.
Good afternoon, Bright. Once again.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Grace.
My question is something about intimate partner femicide.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that,
Some
Grace.
other person
Can you start from
conducted
beginning?
same result in Ghana. Okay, let me start. I am saying that, assuming I'm conducting a research on intimate partner femicide in Nigeria, using focus group discussion and key informers here in Nigeria, and I also get to that, I discovered that person conducted the same results. You say that is reproducibility or what?
No, that is replicability. So if you are conducting a research in intimate partnership, whatever you call it, in Nigeria, okay, and somebody in Ghana is interested in that and wants to know whether it's what the person should fly to Nigeria and use your same subject you have used, the same participant, the same protocol, everything, and should get the same answer. So once something is different, the only thing that should be different is the investigators in reproducibility. Otherwise, the other thing should be constant. Is that clear?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Okay, let's move on. I think this should be clear enough for everyone. And I've spent much time on it just to ensure that you get this right and not to confuse it. And so that is why once you leave from this course this week, your ear will be so sharp. And when somebody is talking about, I went to a course. What course was that? I went to a course on reproducibility. Okay, how to replicate the result? You say, no, don't use that word. It's not the same thing. Okay. Replication is not what we reproduce, but what is the difference? It's the same thing. No, they are not the same. Replication is our gold standard. Reproducibility is the minimum we should have because replication many times is challenging, also near impossible. I see many hands. Let's see what hands are those. Oscar, is that an old hand or new hand?
old hands, eh?
Yeah, please lower the old hands. I have Helena. Helena, is that an old hand or new one?
New one, please.
Okay.
All right. I would like you to clarify how reliability plays in reproducibility and replicability.
Reliability. Oh, Helena is coming now to engage us in argument. Reliability. Okay, Helena, where do you think it falls, in replication or reproducibility? Tell me.
Well, I'm not sure. I know that for reliability, when I take your word and I repeat it under the same conditions, I should get the same thing.
Yeah. Let's. I've not thought about reliability before. Let's tentatively put it in reproducibility.
Okay.
If you find more, we can clarify that later on.
Okay, thank you.
But I think it's a good point. All right, I have Abdul Wakil.
Yes, thank you, sir. So I really appreciate the effort in trying to clarify these two concepts. But my challenge now is that based on what you have just said in reproducibility, the only difference are the investigators. Every other thing is the same. So my question now is that, because when you look at many journal publishers, whenever they see, just like an example somebody cited the other time, whenever they see exactly the same research being carried out, they lose interest in publishing such, because they believe that nothing new is coming up. So how do we wrap our heads around that?
All right, that is a good question, Abdul Wakil. Yeah, it's a difficult name, but I'll try. So the question here is, why are you doing the same thing others have done? That's the question. So in reproducibility, we have reproducibility investigations, reproducibility studies. Their goal is not just to do a normal study. Their goal is to verify. Okay? Many times it is difficult to publish them. But because the scientific process is full of different twists and turns, as we will see this week, as we see today actually, it is very important that we engage in reproducibility exercises. So reproducibility exercises are not to find anything new, because you should not find anything new in reproducibility exercises. What you want to do is to see what was done, if it was done in the right way. So you use the same methods. That is different from recycling of ideas. Okay, somebody goes to the publishing papers in his field. I like this idea, and the person goes and do it. But that is not reproducibility, because when you start doing that, what you're doing is that you're using already different things, different methods, different investigators. Here in reproducibility, you're using the same thing. So reproducibility studies have particular focus. I understand what you're saying. And that is one of the things we bring up on Friday when you join the How to Craft Scientific, Impactful Scientific question. We are not going to recycle. In fact, in Africa, if you want to be producing ideas, if you have limitless amount of money, anyway, who has that? No, nobody has that. So, but let's assume that you're sitting in the bag of money. If you want to do this research, you stretch your hand into the sack and get it. I want to do this. If that is your situation, then you will have a question for each day of the year. So in 365 days of the year, you have it's a different question you can solve in Africa. Yes or no? Does anyone disagree? Anyway, everybody's silent. Then I won, because then it's true. But the point is that There are many questions you can address in our continent. So you shouldn't go on hunting for ideas to recycle. There are original ideas we should work on from Africa. Many original ideas. All right. I hope yeah, somebody is saying, I am getting more curious. Why verify? Yes, we need to verify. Chioma, we need to verify. And you see why we need to verify. This afternoon, you will speak that language with your mouth because I wouldn't answer it. I've only told you that we need to verify, but you answer why we need to verify in the afternoon. Because there are things you don't know that are actually, if I tell you, I say, hey, is that possible? In the afternoon, you tell us. Okay. So if a job is worth doing, it's worth doing twice. If a job is worth doing, it's worth doing twice. That is what reproducibility is about. Reproducibility crisis in 2005. John Ioannidis wrote this paper, Why Most Published Research Findings Are False. You know, he didn't say why some. He said why most. I don't know if you accept such labels, most published findings. He said, why most published findings are false? Perhaps, Chioma, this is getting close to why you say, why verify? And he outlined and proved it. This paper is one of the most cited scientific papers, particularly in medicine of all time. Those in psychology, they said, we often think that scientists are the most honest people around and assume that scientific findings are reliable and true. But several new studies have revealed that an enormous number of researchers cut corners, cook data, and lie about results when conducting experiments. This is the world of bad science. Perhaps you're hearing this for the first time. You know, people have very great respect for scientists. People, the ordinary people on the streets, when they say scientists, they have great respect. But you know, they're already saying that most findings are false. We're in the era of bad science. It's something that calls for concern. And you tell us more. So in 2016, Nature sent out this survey to ask around 1,500 researchers the question, is there a reproducibility crisis? Okay, is there a reproducibility crisis? And what happens? It came to show that 52% of scientists said, yes, there is a significant crisis. 38% said, yes, a slight crisis. So if you put together those who just say yes, it's about how many? 90%. 90%. 7% say they don't know. So this is very, very, very crucial. And they have asked other questions across fields around this. You can look at that later. So there is a crisis. How much published work in your field is reproducible? You know, chemists are answering most than others. It varies from field to field, actually. Have you established procedures for reproducibility? Have you? 34% says nope, 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 nope. Maybe some of us here will fall along this line, especially since we are hearing about this for the first time. 26% says procedures have been in place since they started job. 7% more than 5 years ago. 33% says within the last 5 years, meaning that there is an improvement in the process. Prevalence of irreproducibility. Yeah, Friedman and his colleagues tried to investigate how irreproducibility is there. He said it can range from 89% of studies not reproducible to 51%. So between 51 to 89% of studies are irreproducible. So people do things and other people take what they have done, try to get the same result, but they fail. They fail to find the same results. That is what is happening here. Okay, so what are the factors responsible for this? Research misconduct. How many scientists fabricate and falsify research? A scientific review and meta-analysis of survey say. How many scientists? And this is quite high. Okay. Says up to 72% are involved in other questionable research method. Admission rates were 14% for falsification and up to 72% for other questionable actions, practices. Fabrication is common. Invention of data or cases in a study. And fabrication, falsification, willful distortion of data or results. It's happening. Plagiarism, copying of ideas, data, or words without attribution. These are some of the things that make reproducibility impossible.
Sorry, sir.
Yes, please.
So this Kazim, please, I was just curious about this same pitch. This is why I started to talk. You did, I happen to be one of your students in the systematic review meta-analysis training. But looking at this paper, from what you told us, that it is not, at least from what we learned, that it's not possible for a person to do a systematic review. I wouldn't know if we have enough ground to believe this article that you're projecting now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Okay, but this is what we have. All right, this is what we have. This is what we have, and we can use it to buttress, even though the study has a big limitation that one person did this. But to highlight the fact that it has shown not only him. I started by showing you what John Ionendis has shown, what those in psychology have shown. It's the same trend that he's showing here. Even though in terms of systematic review, we wouldn't accept that one person should do that because the transparency is in doubt. So yeah, it's very important, very good that you pointed that out. But it doesn't remove from the fact that we have these problems of fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, all that come together to make it impossible for reproducibility to happen. I'm not sure who has this annotation here. I have tried to remove that, but please check yourself. All right, ethos of the scientific research. I will stop here. I will stop here so that we can go for lunch break. Let's return on the hour, just on the hour dot. Let's return so that we can take this further. Then we'll continue so I don't take your time too much. Okay. Okay. We have been trying to get through with the definition of terms since we started. With regards to research, many times we do what we do, but not commonly do we actually take time to contemplate the reason or the reasons why we do what we do, our motivations, our value system, our ethos, and so on and so forth. Many times we do not take time to think through this aspect. But it's very important. It's very important that we engage in such processes that allow us to have this kind of contemplation, because it allows us to know when we are going out of the way and when we are still on course. It's very important to have this process. And some people have been thinking about this really, asking the question, why do we have science? Why do we do research? And so on and so forth. In 1942, Robert Merton articulated 4 core values or ethos of modern scientific research. Now we'll quickly go through them. He mentioned the value called universalism. He mentioned the value called communality. He mentioned the value called disinterestedness and organized skepticism. Is there any one of you who is familiar with this Merton's ethos? Is there any one of you? Anyone? Anyone raising the hand? Nope. Okay. So I am the only authority here. It's good when you're the only authority, then you speak your mind. All right. What is all this about? Let's go through them. Universalism. According to Merton, scientific findings are not personal. And so you set out from your home and you put on your coat, whatever garment you wear to represent your profession, inside garment, outside garment, any coloring you set out. Merton is saying that already you have a pre-assigned value to what you're going to accomplish as a scientist. And that is that what you're asked for is not personal. There's no personal vendetta there. There's no personal gain there. And so, to be valid, scientific findings should not depend on investigators' personal, social, political, national characteristics. And this is not easy. This is not easy. There are some nations that have problems. When you talk about the communistic nations like North Korea, rarely would you do something that is outside of yourself. It has to be on national interest. your conclusion needs to depend on the interest of the nation. But Martin is saying that you have to be valid, the scientific process, the scientific findings we uncover should be outside any of these, meaning that it should stand on its own. There should be a pre-established impersonal criteria. You know, I have on this forum, I have really discussed several things, several times, mentioning the fact that it's what we call conflict of interest. Okay, when other factors begin to impose on you in the process of discovery or doing research to the extent that they have the ability to influence your conclusion or what you are doing as a scientist. In most cases, this comes from monitoring inducement. And when I have forums like this for Africans, I have always said that it is not right to fund research with your personal money. I know this will bring issues here now, so I don't want to get into discussion, because usually when I have raised it before, people bring it. Oh, but how can we do this? We don't have this. No, please just keep it. We can bring it up another time. But the point is that Martin is saying that there should be a pre-established impersonal criteria. Science is anti-authoritarian. Acceptance of idea is not because of the qualities of those who originate those ideas. With the right training, which you are having today, anyone should be able to contribute to the scientific process. It's not a reserve of certain people. So what we get here is universal. It's universal. It's outside ourselves. It's not personal. That is the first thing. And so for those who have articulated today, I love research. I like doing research. What is your motivation for doing that? Is it a personal benefit? Communality. Evidence generation should be through active collaboration within the scientific community. If you see what I started in the morning, this is what I said we should aim for, even in this course, as we have had during the previous courses. Collaboration within the scientific community. Collaboration. You know, they always say that 2 heads are better than 1. Some people try to qualify it. 2 good heads, but I say it is not whether it is good or bad. As far as there are 2, if the 2 are doing bad thing, the output of 2 bad people will be greater than 1 bad person. If it's 2 that is doing good thing, the output of the 2 will be greater than the bad. So regardless of whether it's bad or good, once you have more people doing things, the easier. But of course, you have to understand that the more people you have, the more complicated it becomes. So, but collaboration is an ideal, a value of the scientific community, a scientific endeavor. We are putting all hands on deck to make our society a place of safety, a place of health, a place of peace, a place of development. One person cannot do it alone, and therefore there is a high level of collaboration that is required regardless of our orientation, our fields, high level of collaboration. There is need for open exchange of ideas. discussion and consensus, sharing of evidence, secrecy is antithesis of scientific research. Secrecy is antithesis. And because of this, some people hide ideas, maybe because they want to have commercial gain from it. It's a community. That is what is required. So when you're doing this, when you're doing your research, you have to think about your value system. Why do I do what I'm doing? Who benefits? What do I gain from it? So it's very important. It's very important, especially within the African context. Many times, you know, we are quite selfish of our ideas. Selfish. Let's open up. The more we open up, the better. And in this forum, some people say, well, you share everything. You see, that is because my underpinning motivation for what I'm doing. And one secret I learned since I was little is that the more I give, the more I gain. I tell you. And so I used to love mathematics, and I will go out of my way and see some students who are not doing well, and I will teach them. And I discovered that the more I teach, the more I know. The more I teach, the more I know. It's as simple as that. Yes. Even here, you get these challenges, you give your contributions. I'll learn a lot you may not know. So a community is needed for us to function as scientists and do well. Yeah, is it Anne Sanwo? Please, you have a question? Always remember to raise your hand, then I see it clearly, because many times I don't follow the comments on the chat box. Please. Yeah, Anne. Do you call it Anne or Anne? Anne or Anne, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Okay. Yes,
Is it
sir.
Anne?
Thank you for the
You
opportunity.
call it Anne or Anne?
I just Anne.
Anne, okay.
Anne.
Oh,
Anne.
go ahead.
Yes. So while you were explaining some things on this particular aspect, I just wanted to ask a question. Yes, collaboration is good, and even now a lot of scientists are advocating for more of it because of the you know, we gain more grounds when we collaborate. We get more answers when we collaborate than just individualizing your project or your research. However, there are cases of thefts in research where I remember when I was as a master's student, you know, at some point I needed some help and I had to go to a closed lecturer to give me some ideas on what to do. And innocently, I shared it with my supervisor, and he told me point blank that I should always be careful with people I communicate my ideas with. You know, he didn't really tell me why, but later I just assumed that it was probably due to, so that, you know, you don't end up finding your work that you are still doing somewhere that somebody has already done it, and then it's already out there even before you started with the work. So in the process of trying to, my question is, in the process of trying to collaborate and share ideas with people, how can one not fall into those hands of, because they're actually scientific or research stealing, so to say. So how can that?
Yeah, I get your question, Anne. So the question I have for you, Anne, is how can you avoid robbers coming to you to steal?
Well,
To keep your bag at home.
yeah, you make sure you are security conscious, you know.
Yeah, buy a bulletproof car.
Follow the
Get a security person. Yeah, so the point I'm making is of course we have these challenges, but if you take this to the general society, it shouldn't prevent you from being a good citizen. That robbers and things are happening, but it shouldn't change your good intention to the society. You just have to find ways to be more careful. As a general rule, we should go for collaboration. There are tips that are out there, but it's not always the norm. Okay, it's not always the norm. Okay. So let's go for the norm, collaboration. That is what we are trying to advocate in this forum. Let's go for the norm, and we are going for the norm because we are not doing what we are doing because of ourselves. It's not personal. We are not looking for a gain there. Rather, we are doing what we are doing because we know it's going to support our society. You know, what we are doing here, if you go to ASFI YouTube channel, you can see what we have done in the past almost 2 years. We have trained hundreds of by the time we finish this training, we are clocking more than 600 people who have trained free of charge. All our materials are free. We take time to develop these things. We take time to develop them. And so we can't say because, you know, if you put the video there, people will take it and go, no, that doesn't even cross the mind. Yeah, people can do that. People can do that. Perhaps 5 people in 100. They're small. 95 people are clean. And so we focus on the 95. Leave the 5 to do what they want to do. Okay. By the time 95 of us are pushing in the right direction, we will eventually overwhelm the 5. The problem is that many times we focus on the 5, and that makes us to really make mistakes, you know, and take decisions that eventually are not decisions that will benefit the society the way we want them to benefit. Okay, so my advice would be, yes, there are tips there as you will see in this afternoon session, but let's not focus on the outliers. Let's focus on the norm that people can be confident of this process, and that is what we want to achieve as African scientists. And I hope everyone agrees with me on that. Okay, this interestedness is a difficult word, meaning that you don't have an interest, and this relates to the first one. Scientific research should be devoid of personal interest, monetary motivations, other interests. You shouldn't go into it because you want to gain something. Even when you want to go for a collaboration, if I collaborate with this group, I'm going to perhaps it will help me to become popular. It will help me to become known. It will help me to cross to abroad. Those are personal interests. You shouldn't go for that. The overarching motivation should be to uncover the truth, understand how our world works, contribute to your quota, and make our world a happy and healthy place to live. That is our motivation. And so if you're here in your career, you are putting your personal motivations in front, then by the time of this week, you can come to me secretly and confess as if you're going to a priest. Then I can. Anyway, by the time this week ends, please let that orientation move towards changing. There's need for it to change. Because for Africa to survive, honestly, brothers and sisters, we need to work in the right direction. Our motivation should be so holy, much, much above what I gain from it. Okay? And then when you have such attitude, you see that the sky is not even a limit. Organized skepticism. Scientists should not take findings at face value. Skepticism, you know what it means? Not just believing. You are skeptical. You are doubtful. And that doubtful is not bad. It's a platform through which you can question. Is it possible? How is it possible? We need to have the attitude of scrutiny. Scrutiny should be strictly part of the process. We should ask questions. And you see what will happen this afternoon when you go through the cases we will discuss. Goodness me, who is that? If I knock you out, you are not happy. So please mute. Active peer review is a process that is indispensable. Indispensable. We need to engage in that process. Active peer review. Replication, reproducibility are indispensable. So organized skepticism, meaning that we should have the attitude of scrutinizing and questioning before we can accept. So after all, what is science and research all about? It is about the society. This is UNESCO mantra. Science is the greatest collective endeavor. Through it, we share longer and healthier life. Through it, we have medicine to cure our diseases, water for our thirst, grow our foods, provide energy for our consumption, makes life fun. And so science and research must respond to societal needs and global challenges. If what you're doing does not directly or indirectly relate to this basic aspect, then you know that something is wrong. If what you're doing is not related to this aspect, then you know something is wrong. And what will happen is that if it's not related, there is greater likelihood to have those characteristics we discussed before: fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, irreproducibility, non-transparency, non-standard, not reliable, and so all kinds of negative factors. So we have good health, discovery, and so on and so forth. All right, now we go. I am on time. I am on time. So the task starts. This is a fantastic part, and I hope you're ready. So if you have not have access to your folder in the Google Drive, then you have a problem. And don't blame me for that. Thank God that I did my own part, and I've apologized for doing it late. And I know you understand me on that. So if you have not had access to your own drive, then it's problematic because you would not be able to participate so much on this. So now I send it to your group. Make sure you go there and find it. And so what we want to look at are case studies in reproducibility, in the reproducibility crisis. How has this happened? What is there? And so each group member should use the internet to investigate the case assigned to your group. Okay. So you can use about 30 minutes or so to work on that. Or let's make it 20 minutes, actually. Let's make it 20 minutes so that we don't spend too much time on that. 20 minutes, each group member. So you go to your group, each member is working on that, and then you come together. Of course, you can try to do it together if you want. So you have about 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. 40 minutes. We'll finish with this. 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. And so what happens is this. After 40 minutes, I will call you back. And when I call you back, appoint somebody who will use 2 minutes to describe the case and the different aspects. What is the problem with the case? Any reproducibility problem? Any remedy for the problems identified? What are the impact of the case to the field of research and science? Any further thoughts? So if you go to your folder, there is a document, I think it's called Reproducibility Crisis, something like that. So read it. On that document, I have given you the case, usually the name and a picture of somebody. The name and a picture of somebody. And so your task is to investigate that person, investigate what the person did, okay? In terms of their research, what they did, what is noted about them. Then you come back and answer these questions. These questions are also on that document, but in case you can take a picture of them. All right, I hope it's clear enough. If not, please let me know. All right. Any question of this task? Oh, and do you have another question, or that is the old hand?
I have a question, don't worry.
Yes, Seth, go ahead.
Respectfully, could you please summarize our task again for us? So we go into the drive, find the document, the reproducibility crisis, and what exactly do we do what exactly do we do? Please?
So investigate that case that is assigned to you. A name and a picture of the person is given on that document. So investigate who is this person? What happened? And so you answer those questions that are given on your document regarding that case. Is it clear?
Yes, sir, it is clear.
Great. Okay, I have Prof. Amal, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Bright. I'm asking about if you will go through a breaking room or through our WhatsApp group.
You go to the breakout room, of course.
Okay, you didn't prepare it yet.
No, I've not sent you to the group yet.
Okay, thank you.
I've not sent you to the group yet. Yes. All right. Okay, I will send it to your group now. So you maintain the group you were. That is the group you will be until the end of the course. If you have not written your name, I mean your group number to your name, please do so. Now I have opened the groups. Please go to your groups. Somebody has group 9 here. We don't have. Okay. I hope we are all back. And the group coordinators, I'm sure you are taking the attendance. Please help me do that for active participants. All right, let's invite group 1 quickly. Please make sure you restrict to the 2 minutes given. Tell us what you have.
Okay, I hope you can all see my screen. I'm
Perfect,
Deneke
perfectly.
from Nigeria, speaking on behalf of Group 1, and we will be reviewing the case of Andrew Wakefield. Andrew Wakefield is a British anti-vaccine activist and a former physician who had discredited academic and was struck out of the medical register because of his involvement in the Lancet measles, mumps, and rubella autism fraud. This case was determined by a 1998 study that falsely claimed a link between measles, mumps, and rubella vaccine and autism, following just 12 cases of children with autism. He subsequently became an anti-vaccine activist. And in 1998, Andrew Wakefield claimed that enterocolitis was linked to autism. But this was not reproducible later in 2004, when Brian and Dia reported that he must have had some identified undisclosed financial conflict of interest, earning up to 43 million per year of selling test kits. The aftermath of this resulted in a sharp decline in vaccine uptake, and his co-authors withdrew their support for the study's interpretation, and it was further banned from the General Medical Council for misconduct and falsification. What were the problem with the case? There was uncontrolled design of the study. There was a small sample size for inference. There was conflict of interest. There was falsification of results. There was gross misconduct and dishonesty towards developmentally delayed children. And he also had small precision and low power in the study. And there were no controls, and there were likelihood of selection bias and ethical violation. There was reproducibility problem because others could not find this problem. And the remedies for the problem were the retraction of the paper by Lancet, withdrawal of his license, and co-authors' retraction from the study. The impact was that children were impacted negatively. There was vaccine hesitancy with increased measles upsurge and mistrust in scientific research finding. But they were more robust, and then this called for a more robust ethical scrutiny, more carefulness in accepting results by face value, more organized skepticism in viewing scientific finding and peer reviewing. In conclusion, Andrew Wakefield and his colleague were guilty of deliberate fraud. They picked and chose data that suited their cases, and they falsified facts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olabisi. That's quite clear, Andrew Wakefield. And please pay close attention as each group presents to really know where we are going in this. Because one of the questions that will always come is whether scientists can deliberately engage in fraud. And so these cases will give us some insights into this landscape. All right, let's go to group 2. Olabisi, you can stop sharing now. All right, group 2.
Group 2, just a moment to share my screen. Okay, I'm Agogonte speaking for group 2. We looked at the issue of Agawa's involvement in academic misconduct and how...
I think you're sharing the wrong screen. You're sharing a cover letter, please.
Oh, apologies. Oh.
Watch your files carefully before you share.
What do I do now?
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing. See that one there again. I hope I'm sharing the right one now.
All right, yes. Please go through. Your time is going.
Hello. I hope I'm sharing the right one.
We're waiting for you.
We looked at the issue of Agawa's involvement in academic misconduct, and we saw that a total of 65 articles have been tied to academic misconduct associated with unethical data reuse and manipulations. And the cases over time became evidently clearer and clearer. such that some journals editors were even part of it at a point in time. There was an aspect that the paper's conclusion and assertions were not sufficiently supported by the findings reported by the data. So there were inconsistencies about experimental rigor. There was pre-concluded confirmation of conclusions of the article and inappropriate conclusions from result. Another challenge that, okay, these are the details showing the journal houses that were involved. We have the Journal of Biological Chemistry. We have about 17 retracted from there. There was also another issue apart from all of those that had to do with conference, using the name of an organization without consent as sponsor for conference, even after Agarwal had retired from that organization like 3 years beforehand. That was in 2015. In 2018, he used that organization that's the MDA Anderson Cancer Center as a co-sponsor for the Chennai conference organized in India. There was issue of conflict of interest that where a journal editor also acted as a co-author in one of the papers retracted. Investigation started. There was also a challenge of providing soft landing, that's in objective discipline by host organization, because the investigation started in 2012. He retired in December 2015, and the conference was in 2018. Between 2012 and 2015 was enough to address the matter. And that was why he could have the confidence to still use their name in 2018 as a co-sponsor. There are solutions to all of these. The solutions can be objective discipline. Another solution can also be not looking so much at this data for promotion, article for promotion kind of thing. If there is less emphasis on that, he wouldn't also have gone there. Then another solution is, as much as possible, members of editorial board not involving themselves in trying to identify with top publishers in that area should remain focused on their job. Thank you so much.
All right, group 2, thanks very much. I think one thing we missed here, group 2, is that you didn't tell us what this case is all about. You told us the consequences of what happened. What actually happened? What is it that happened? Okay. So usually when you present a case study, the first thing you do is to describe the case. Then you start answering the questions that related to that. So I expected that you tell us, Agarwal, this is who he is, this is where he's from, this is what he did, then the impact of what he did. Then you analyze that case. All right, let's go to group 3. Group 3, are you there? No, group 3. Group 4.
I think she's muted.
Good afternoon. I'm Stella Ogumuiwa. I'll be presenting on behalf of Group 4. Our case study is on Haruko Obokata, a 30-year-old Japanese scientist that worked on stem cell in 2014. And she demonstrated a surprisingly simple way of turning ordinary body cells through the use of mouse blood cells into something that looked very much like embryonic cell by bathing those cells in weak citric acid for about an hour. And this washed away the developmental parts of those cells, making them to become pluripotential cells. And her study was claimed to be faster and easier than the one that was pioneered by Yamanaka in 2006. The study was also Our study was also said to cause less damage to cells, and it was also said to be less carcinogenic. And this resulted in a publication, 2 publications in Nature, which is one of the highest science publication. What was the problem with this case? It was later found out that she doctored images, she plagiarized, she had sloppy data management, there were errors in methodology, and it was found that she was also ill-prepared, unskillful, and this they attributed to possible her youthful exuberance. Was there any reproducibility problem? Yes, there was reproducibility problem, because this was where her main problem started from, when different researchers using the same method that she ascribed could not reproduce her results. And were any remedy for the problems identified? All efforts to provide remedy were futile, but the center that she was working in, CDB in Kobe, decided to raise a verification team to reproduce the experiment. But 8 months after this verification team was raised, there was a conclusion that the science tool, the research tool could not be reproduced. What are the impacts of the case to the field of research or science? It shows falsification and fabrication of data with regards to staff, that stimulus-triggered acquisition of pluripotential cell research. And this now brought about an improvement in the standard of cell science, with biomedical research being now strictly regulated and wet lab procedures better established. Any further thoughts? Yes, there is a need for researchers to be honest and transparent to themselves and also to the scientific community at large in producing reproducible science. And it is also important that people are able to trust science with reproducible science. There's also a need to educate scientists about the need to churn out credible and reliable results, and also the need to verify data before rushing to publish. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much for that, Stella. All right, so this is another case you can see. Yes, for those from the social sciences, humanities, hard sciences, computer sciences, engineering. Yes, in these cases, I'm biased towards medicine because that is the examples that are clear to me. But this is not about medicine. This is not about medicine. This is about issues that affect every field of research. Fabrication. And it's also very important to highlight this from the medical perspective, because the consequences of what these cases we have described now have can be dangerous for the human health. If the body, you can lose everything in your life, but once you have life, there is hope as well. So if from the medical perspective, there is danger which scientists bring into the world, then you can imagine or the hope we have. So this is what we see. And I know perhaps this is not surprising for many of you. If it is, this is what we call the tip of the iceberg, because there's so much happening. And so when we talk about reproducibility this week, we mean business on the issues that are there. How can you make your science, your research, develop confidence to those who benefit from it? And once these cases come, the top journals carry, the top newspapers carry it around the world. And for the individual patient who is affected by this disease and is looking for a solution, and this result come, you raise their hope. Ah, wow, now we have something. And after a few months, it was only a rumor, because scientists, they can carry it to be, they are still in their game, the era of bad science. So this is very, very important to note, because it has dangerous perspective in our society and human growth. Okay, let's go to group 5. So as the groups present, please pay attention because these cases are important. All right, group 5. Is group 5 there? All right, group 6.
Yeah, we are here. Sorry.
Yeah, but we are not hearing from you. So is somebody screen? Your time is going really. We don't have time. So if you're presenting, you should be ready after the previous group so that you can hit the ground running. Is group 5 ready? All right, group 6, go on.
Sorry, we are sharing, just sharing. Can we share, after group 6? Is it okay?
Let's see what happens in group 5. I can't promise you that. Is group 6 there?
Yes, we are here.
Please go on, go on. We don't have time.
So, group 6.
Yeah, go on, group 6. Go on. Don't waste time.
Our study is on Korean research fraud that found kids who are listed as manuscript co-authors. Description of the case.
Group 6, go quick. You have only 2 minutes, so you don't waste time, please.
This is a number of South Korean academics accused of naming children as co-authors on research manuscript. This one is entirely based to increase the credit worth of the children being considered in the intake of the university. Any reproducibility problem? There's no reproducibility problem now, but in future, there's a problem and challenge on reproducibility of the kids on the authorship status. Also, there's demand on scholarly work production and also personal motivation. Any remedy for the challenges? Yes, there is some remedy. One, propose building of research ethics. Secondly, the editor should pay attention and know some details about the authors. For example, confirm the identity, professional information, and how the author contribute with this research. All the authors involved in this problem should not be able to publish again for a certain period of years. The journal should also be responsible for the information published and for AVC. There should also be virtual presentation of all the authors, age limit of the authorship, less emphasis on the volume of publication, but on the quality. Also more rigorous peer review process and stringent punishment for such. Then creation of a local directory and a research committee. Impact of the case. It raises an issue on collaboration in future on the nature of the field of the children that were used in the publication. Research misconduct practices, mistrust of the authors of the papers, unreliable conclusion, credibility of the research, also credibility of the university. It also places a doubt on the quality of the research that is being turned out. This can lead to an unreliable conclusion. Thank you, and that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you. All right, so you see what is happening? And I guess most of us are parents here. Most of us, if not all of us. And so as a parent, you're thinking about your child, what your child will be in the future. And usually, every parent wants to prepare. You know, sometimes they begin to save money in the bank for the child, for the education, they begin to save money for their future, for their wedding and things like that. You know, scientists have borrowed from this. They are having scientific savings for the children. That is what this case is all about. That in Korea, in South Korea, it is difficult, very, very challenging for children to get into the medical degree program. Very difficult. So you need to compete. So children whose parents are working in university, professors, are writing papers and putting the names of the children as co-authors in those papers to prepare them to compete when they are applying for medical degree. You can imagine that. You can imagine the mindsets scientists are developing to cheat the system, who are supposed to be the custodian of the society. No wonder this psychological group says that this is an age of bad science. I'm bringing this forward so that you know that things are happening there, perhaps you may not be aware of. But what is the motivation for all this? And by the way, group 6, thanks for what you have listed there. On Friday, as I have said that you're going to present some initiatives to prevent issue of reproducibility. Perhaps you can think, group 6, you can think of this as one of the tools you can propose, because your slide 4 is quite rich. Some of the recommendations. I'm not giving you expo, as we say in Nigeria. I'm just saying that you can think about that. You don't need necessarily to do that. But some of the points you listed there are quite interesting. And so these professors begin to plan, strategize. They go to bed. They have sleepless night. How do I do to get my child there? And they come up with such strategy. Those are people who have head, 2 eyes, 2 legs like you and I, and are doing this. Okay, well, we may not be involved in child authorship fraud, but in other aspects, as an African scientist, what game are you playing in this whole scenario? Things are, as they say, have become haywire, you know, and scientists are buying into this. No longer saving money, but saving or making scientific investment for their children. It's quite funny, but it's a reality. All right, let's go to group 7.
Hello, so my name is Patricia Ramji from Mozambique, and I will present on behalf of Group 7. So I will start with the description. This is a case that
Patricia, we can't hear you. I think for 10 seconds now, so. Patricia, are you there? Anybody to help Patricia, group 7, please?
Hello, can I help her?
Please go on. We don't have time.
Yeah, was in the recent case of misconduct in science. Hello,
Patricia,
can you hear me? Sorry.
We didn't hear you from the beginning.
Yes.
Actually, you ceased from the beginning.
Sorry, can I restart? So I was saying that my name is Patricia from Mozambique, and I will present on behalf of Group 7. And this is a case that happened in the Tsinghua University in China. And it is a recent case of misconduct in science where a student and his professor fabricated data and published information on scientific journal. And the case was discovered by a student from Norway that received persistent requests from what she called a pushy reviewer who pressured her to cite totally irrelevant articles written by her and their colleagues. The problem here is that it involved self-plagiarism, image manipulation, data fabrication, and deceptive authorship, such as fake signatures and other issues. We think that there was a problem with reproducibility. So we verified that there was data that was manipulated, and it was evident because some people tried to do the same, but always found different results. And the remedy for this was the retraction of the paper from the journal and removal of the degrees of the degree from the student, and the remove of the professor from the university as well. What was the impact? The impact was that we need to understand that the research needs to be true. It is essential, and manuscripts should be carefully reviewed by the journals before they the publishing of these articles. And we can see that a whole career can be lost because of this manipulation of the data. So I think that's all. I don't know if
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
All right, so the same story occurring: fabrication, manipulation, plagiarism, all of them cooked together. And when they mix, it's not delicious food. It can be dangerous, can be a force you cannot reckon with, because the impact will be really, really dangerous. All right, group 8 finally.
Okay, I'm Azomo Edikichi from Nigeria. I'm presenting on behalf of Group 8, and Group 8 is Luc van Parages. He was an associate professor of biology at Maastricht Institute of Technology. After an investigation for a year, the institute fired van Parages for research misconduct, and this man admitted equally to fabricating and falsifying research data in a paper he severally published manuscripts and even in grant applications. So the problem is that he used the falsified research work for grant and used falsified data for his research work, and as well misused the grant fund. Is there a reproducibility problem? Yes. The reproducibility problem is that another researcher, let me minimize this. Okay, another researcher can use the falsified data without knowing that the data is falsified. Okay, so next slide, please. Take me on to the next slide, Professor. Okay, so the impact here is that other researchers can use this falsified data to carry out further work unknowingly, and it can affect the research community in general. Companies and industries may not believe in research again, and funding organizations might have reservation about with scientific grant applications. So what are further thoughts on this? Donors may be unwilling to fund research for other researchers related to the Defaulters Institute, and it may equally lead to death of thousands of people. Perhaps the study may have progressed into clinical trials only to discover lately that the data was falsified. I think this is our little contribution from our group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. You can see it. You can see it. So the progression, Group 8 has outlined how confidence will be lost, how others can use the data and lead to, fraudulent findings, and then how this can lead to death because of ambition. All right, was it group 3 we missed and group 5? Are you ready? You have to make it snappy. Was it group 3? Is group 3 ready?
It was group 5, I think so.
Yeah, we missed 2 groups. Is group 3 ready? All right, group 5, are you ready?
Group 3 is ready.
Group 3, you give me too much troubles today.
Sorry.
So who is presenting for group 3?
Is Grace from Nigeria presenting?
So are you sharing your screen or? Are you sharing your screen?
I'll be trying to do that. It's difficult.
All right, let's go to group 5. Group 5. Is group 5 ready? Not? Okay, let me make my final
We
presentation.
are ready. Sorry.
Group 5 and group 3.
Yeah, me from group 5.
Yeah, group 5 and group 3. Let's see if you have time for you tomorrow. Otherwise, you have
Okay,
really
tamam.
lost.
Okay,
You have
thank you.
really lost. You have really lost it today. I used to be a very patient kind, but today you have made me very impatient.
Can I say something? We don't have a coordinator. So for
Group
that,
5, group 5, you don't have coordinator. So what I said earlier was that any group that the coordinator is not there, please appoint one person to coordinate you.
okay, we already make the presentation ready, but no one could just present it.
Yeah,
We
so
are
you
just
needed to appoint somebody from your group to present it.
to
And
be a coordinator.
I said
Okay.
earlier that it is not necessary that the coordinator should present. Find somebody from your group to make the presentation.
Okay.
But group 3 and group 5 will come back to you tomorrow morning. See if we'll have time for you to present.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right. Let me put this on the chat box. This is retractionwatch.com. If you don't know about this website, go there. Go there. Even with regards to COVID, there are several tens. I think say a couple of months, I checked it last, maybe it's getting to hundreds of COVID-related researches that have been withdrawn for various reasons. Many of those coming from the top journals in the world. So retractionwatch.com is a place you need to visit to see studies that have been withdrawn or retracted based on various reasons. Okay? To give you an insight of what is happening in these issues. All right, economics of irreproducibility. This is data from the US, and this is also example from the clinical field. Preclinical studies, that is studies that have been done before coming to the clinic. And in total, $56 billion are awarded as grants to preclinical studies in the US. And they have made calculation to see how much of this money ends being spent on research that cannot be reproduced. And their estimation is that it is 50-50. So $56 billion used for funding of preclinical studies, and 50% are not reproducible. Only 50% are reproducible. $28 billion. I'm not sure some African countries do not have their budget up to this. It is more than budget of some African countries. I can imagine how much is being lost in reality. That is the economics. Impact of reproducibility undermines cumulative knowledge production. That is clear. False alarm, false positive results, like the Japanese stem cell research Stella presented. It contributes to delay in development of therapy, like the group 8, I know group 7 presented, is it? Or group 8, I'm not sure. That the process, you start doing clinical trials based on these findings, and then you discover that, wow, what we're actually working on is false. Increases cost of therapeutic development. Funding has been given, thinking that it will produce accurate knowledge, and then discovering that actually something is wrong. Meta-analysis of studies may lead to wrong conclusions. Negative effects on medical guidelines. Yeah, I think group 7 or group 8, if I can remember, says that this may lead to many lives lost, because if this robust finding we think is really robust ends up being false, perhaps some guidelines have been developed based on those, and people are working on those, and lives are being killed. Clinical trials based on fake data can lead to harm, wastage of resources. Integrity of science is in question, undermines public trust of science. Career of perpetrators and co-authors are in jeopardy. In the Japanese case, the mentor of that lady committed suicide. Okay, because it was a bad image. All right, so this is where we'll end it for today, and I hope you have followed the discussion and know where we are going. So this is the first day, and we have quite a lot to cover from tomorrow. But now it is left for you. Plan your group. I see that several groups are forming WhatsApp groups for getting together. So work on your project. Project on Thursday. The first thing you should do is to formulate the question you want to address, and then begin to formulate your questionnaire. If you can do that before tomorrow morning, when we'll be tomorrow morning, we can harmonize the efforts together and create a one standard questionnaire we can use to collect information from all of you, so that the groups can start already preparing and working on this. All right, any question, any unclear areas, please? We'll have 2 minutes before you are released.
Yes, I have a question on the database.
Yeah.
For retraction.
Yeah. Retraction retractionwatch.com. You want, what do you want to know?
I want the name of the website.
The link, eh?
Yes.
Yeah, I put it here.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Stella.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bright. I just want to find out if you can send us to our group, maybe for about 30 minutes, 40 minutes, for us to just quickly have a short meeting.
Yeah, I will send it to your group. No problem at all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Any other thing? Anybody confused?
Yeah, mine is a kind of clarification.
Yeah.
In one of the presentations, somebody said a journal editor was a co-author. I never knew it was a wrong thing to do before now.
No, it's not wrong.
Hello, sir, can you hear me?
It's not wrong. It's not wrong.
It's not wrong, but he did mention that a journal editor was a co-author, and I've seen quite a lot of that. So I wanted to know if it was a wrong thing to do.
No, it's not wrong. Journal editors are scientists. You understand? Okay. But I think the key thing here is that there was already a signal that what they are doing is fraudulent, and the journal editor would not have escaped that knowledge. And the question is, why did he get involved in something?
Okay, he was complicit then.
Yeah. So I think that is the case. But for journal editors to be co-authors in papers published in their journals is not wrong.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Anybody who is unhappy? Those from humanities and social sciences, are we taking you out of scope? I hope we are still within what gives you happiness to stay in this course until Friday. If you are not happy, just let me know. See how we can we can help ourselves. Okay, I have Anne. Anne, you're raising your hand. Anne, please unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, I wanted to appeal that the project's modalities, kindly we send them, is possible.
Have you Anne, have you had access to your what's it called? Your Google Drive documents? Do you have access to that?
I don't. That's the issue. I think that's the issue I have.
And you're giving me trouble this afternoon, honestly.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
It was supposed to be in the mail. I didn't get it in the mail. I checked again. It was not there.
Oh yeah. So give me your email. Let me forward that to you. But otherwise, I think your group members should be able to have access to that. Anybody in the position of Anne, please send your email here so that I will forward that again to you.
I've sent it, sir. Thank you.
All right, so let me send you back to your group. Looks like it's not only Anne that is in trouble.